All right, good evening, and welcome to the October 21st, 2013 Planning Commission. And if you would please all stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And thank you very much for that. And if I could have our secretary do roll call. Lilia?
Commissioner Ferris?
Here.
Commissioner Nichols?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds? Here. Commissioner Roundtree?
Here.
Chair Turpel?
Here. And thank you very much. And first of all, I'd like to start off. I wasn't able to be at the last commission meeting, and I want to thank Commissioner Roundtree for filling in for me. I heard you were stellar. You know, you just followed the list as it went along, so thanks a lot. I do appreciate that. And now it's time for public comments, where members of the public are invited to address the commission on issues that are within our purview and not on the agenda, and each speaker is allowed 5 minutes. I've got 2 speaker cards, and I have 1 statement card. This is a first for me. I'll read that at the end. So our first speaker is Bill Oakes. And Mr. Oakes, you've got 5 minutes, followed by Roy Brasher. I'm sorry, if you could state your name and the city of residence once again.
Hello, I'm Bill Oakes. I'm from Thousand Oaks here. I wanted to speak a few words on a proposed Hyden development in my neighborhood. The Hyden Assisted Living business for East Hillcrest Drive is the incorrect location for such a facility. While there might be a need for such a business, the proposed location is not zoned for businesses. The current zoning for the parcel of land is for single-family homes. The developer has already been approved for single-family homes, but now wants to build a business in a family neighborhood community. Our Hillcrest community is opposed to any zoning changes that would adjust the current zoning from low density to high density. Our community has been working with a developer who wants to purchase the 2080 East Hillcrest parcel, which is right across the street from the proposed Hyden business would be. And this developer intends to build single-family homes on the land. We've also opened up a dialogue with the Thomas family, who currently owns that 2080 East parcel of land, and are working with them to assist and to find any developers willing to continue and put family homes there. When the single-family homes come in, the proposed Hyden development would be even a greater incorrect location for a business in a community location here. Thank you. That's all I have at this time.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, Mr. Oakes. And Mr. Brasher, Roy Brasher, and if you could once again name your city of residence and your name once again for the record. Once again for the record.
Hi, my name is Roy Brasher, and I live in Thousand Oaks, and I'm also going to read mine. I'm here tonight to express my opposition to the assisted living facility at Hillcrest and Lone Oak. I'm handicapped, as you can see. I'm 72. Those streets are not safe. The building is not adequate. It's just really simple for me. I care about this city. I care about my friends and my neighbors who would be adversely impacted by this project, and so I feel compelled to speak out against it. There's no pharmacies, there's no restaurants, there's nothing that would be close to this facility that makes this a good location for seniors. We live in a residential neighborhood. This project doesn't fit what planners call spot zoning, placing something foreign in the midst. It's like a huge tower. It's 4 to 5 foot stories high if you have it on a raised pad and on the hill that it's already on, looking down in people's backyards. Our neighborhood is made up of 1- and 2-story homes, mostly 1-story. Years ago, I was part of a project here with the city, and the project was shot down because it was called mansionization, and you probably heard that word. It took me a while to figure out what mansionization meant, and actually a county planner told me that about a year later. He said, Roy, it's when you go into a neighborhood and whatever you're going to build is 4 times bigger than anything that's there. This is many times bigger than that, way out of place. In Malibu, the assisted living facilities is considered a business. So you're moving a business into a residential neighborhood. It's the wrong business for that neighborhood. It's going to need 70 to 85 employees, emergency vehicles, gardeners, friends, family, all these people building. Within 1 block, we're going to have 300 people invading our streets that are already over traveled. A zone change should be in harmony and upgrade a neighborhood, not make it stand out. Even if this was approved, to me this would be a very hard sell for the developer because of the location for the seniors. I wouldn't ever live there, no way. It's against the zone change. I'm against the zone change. We're about 400 people strong at this point. We've been doing some neighborhood work for a few months now, and so I'm only the Lone Ranger coming in here to give advance to the developer. We'd like to, actually I'm going to be working for the developer to save his money because he's wasting it. So we're against it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Brasher. Any questions for the speaker? And I have one statement card under public comments on the same topic, opposed to the Hyden Enterprises project on Hillcrest Drive and between Lone Oak Lane, which is, I believe, what Mr. Brasher was speaking about. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and move on to Mr. Shepard. Do we have any written comments, announcements, or continuances?
Yes, Chair, members of the Planning Commission, we have 2 items here. One is a supplemental packet that includes information on item 6B for tonight's hearing. This is a Verizon Wireless case. It's a memorandum that came in from the applicant after the packet was sent out, and we also have attached to it a response from the city's telecommunication consultant in response to some of the items. And then also on the desk you'll find a calendar for the Planning Commission meeting schedules for 2014. That's all we have.
And that's it? I'm sorry. Can you put your mic? Say again?
May I ask staff a question? Are there any changes to the supplemental packet than what was sent out to us? Is it exactly the same thing?
It's exactly the same that was sent out to you on Friday. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions from the commissioners? All right, with that, I'd like to go ahead and ask our city secretary to open case 6A.
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider Agenda Item 6A regarding case SUP 2013-70303. Applicant H. Selvin Property, Townsgate LP. Request to modify a project condition and associated deed restriction to allow medical/dental use within a portion of an existing office building. Location 2393 Townsgate Road.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have any speaker cards, but of course we do have the applicant here, Mr. Bob Selvin. And Mr. Selvin, if I can... Yeah, you know, I always forget the staff presentation. And, you know, and I'm glad you're there, Mr. Shepard, because last people we want to listen to is the staff. So, Mr. Selvin, if you could just go ahead and relax for a few minutes, and and then we'll go to staff. And who do we have? Mr. Berrigan? The floor is yours.
Good evening, Chair Chappelle and members of the Commission. As mentioned, for your consideration tonight, a special use permit has been filed to modify a project condition and associated deed restriction to allow medical and dental office use at an existing commercial office building at 2393 Townsgate Road. If you take a look at the PowerPoint, this is the project location. There's Townsgate right here. Here's Hampshire, 101 Freeway. The areas surrounding the project site consists of a variety of land uses such as the Jafra headquarters, the Edison substation, some light industrial office complex to the south. There are also an assortment of non-industrial uses along Townsgate Road, such as commercial and professional office uses, including chiropractors, psychologists. There's physical therapy offices over here, health and training facilities right around here, and the pet veterinarian who just got approved, I think, last year, is right over here. This is the front view of the existing commercial building. Subject property is zoned M1, and a special use permit is required to allow medical office use in the M1 zone. The current building was approved via development permit approved by the Planning Commission as a commercial office building in 1976. Medical was not requested at the time of the approval, so conditions were imposed restricting that use. In 1980, the municipal code began requiring special use permits for commercial and medical office uses in the M1 zone. The applicant is proposing to allow 3,630 square feet of building space to a medical and office and dental office use, which makes up about 14% of the building area. There will be absolutely no changes to the building or the existing parking lot to accommodate the proposed use. There are currently 122 parking spaces on site. However, 14 of these spaces are located within the Southern California Edison easement. Edison allows parking within their easement as long as the spaces are not counted as required parking. This gives Edison the flexibility to work on transmission lines or dig up the parking lot without affecting the number of parking spaces. And historically, staff has considered these spaces as extra parking but does not count them towards the required parking spaces. So excluding the 14 parking spaces, the available parking on site is 108 spaces, and the total parking demand, including the proposed use, is at 104, which gives us a surplus of 4 extra spaces. Here's a picture of the existing parking lot, and as you can see, they have the Edison transmission lines overhead and paved spaces right underneath it. So. The office building does not have a restriction on business hours, so staff doesn't believe a limitation on hours of operation is necessary since the surrounding area consists of industrial and commercial uses. However, the applicant is requesting operation hours for the use from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week, which is currently what everyone else in the building has. The project qualifies for a Class 1 categorical exemption in accordance with Section 15301 of the California Environmental Quality Act guideline because it involves a minor change in use in the existing building. In conclusion, staff is recommending the Planning Commission to approve this project based on the findings in the staff report and subject to the conditions of approval. Thank you. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Berrigan. And do we have any questions from our commissioners? Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you. Good evening. I noticed from looking at the overview that there are 4 handicap spots. And is that the usual requirement for the whole building? So I thought it was good that this medical is only 14%, and there seems to be ample handicap spots for that. That's one thing in a medical building. Sometimes there are a lot of people that go to it that are handicapped. So they'll stay then and everything. There's no change in that. So, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ferris.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. I mean, we're here tonight because of deed restrictions on the current existing development permit, and we're looking at approving a special use permit given the current zoning, but there's a deed restriction that we have to kind of deal with. Do we have any context? Can you give me some context as to why the original development permit had a restriction regarding medical uses, and whether that's something that is either appropriate or now just sort of not relevant today?
When the original entitlement was requested, it was requested for an administrative office building. At that point, a medical wasn't proposed. So typically, what we've done in the past is, as long as if it's not proposed, we don't just automatically approve it. So conditions were imposed. So for there not to be that type of use within the building.
I guess one of the reasons why I'm asking is that condition 4 of the original permit talks about the loading zone, and that it can be used if, you know, the building is limited to office uses with the exception of medical facility. I'm trying to get an understanding. That's what we're kind of pointed to as the condition of interest. So I just want to get a context as to, I mean, is that even relevant today?
Mr. Shepherd, can you add to that?
Yes, actually, it really isn't relevant at this point. Back in 1976, when the project was first approved, again, as Mr. Berrigan pointed out, the the request was for just a commercial office building at that point. Medical, dental was not considered at that point. If there was a consideration at that point with the difference of parking volumes required for that type of use, it would have been looked at in detail back in 1976. So the trends at that time were pretty much to place a prohibition as far as these other more intense uses on it, since it wasn't even asked for at that point, with the idea that in the future, if medical or dental was being requested, they would come through a modification of that to allow for it. This kind of got caught in a little vortex because of the change in the municipal code that then shifted these even commercial office uses in the M1 zone, let alone medical office, requiring special use permits. If you recall, this was approved under a development permit at that time. It kind of compounded the component. But today what we're looking at, that real deed restriction really isn't relevant at this point. If you recall, a lot of times when we're looking at currently projects that are restricted because of the number of parking spaces to more of a general office at 4 per 1,000 and doesn't allow for the expansion of 5 per 1,000 on that. Oftentimes we just handle it today as just a condition of approval that prohibits the medical or dental use in there without the requirement of that deed restriction. So.
The thing that I was kind of grasping for was, you know, was there something special about the property, where it's located, you know, everything that says, you know, we really don't want medical here. And it sounds like it's sort of a general policy thing. This was done in the 70s. It's now not the 70s. And we're going through the process as things have changed to evaluate it under our standard procedures. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
In fact, there is a medical facility. It's addressed in your staff report to the south of this one that was approved a few years back. So
Okay, nope, appreciate it. Thank you for making sure we had that kind of on the record, so thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ferris. Commissioner Nichols?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps Mr. Merrigan or Mr. Shepard, since you brought this up, I was trying to get clarification. Mr. Ferris read my mind and asked the same question regarding the deed restriction. But is there something inherently different about a building being used for medical purposes as opposed to office purposes, aside from the traffic? I suppose business office, people come in the morning, they spend 8 to 5, and then they leave in the afternoon, as opposed to medical, they're coming throughout. As a follow-up to that, having walked through the building, I noticed in the directory there's a lot of chiropractors and health types of businesses there already that generate that type of traffic. So where do you draw the line on health industry versus medical, and how do you evaluate those?
Well, again, actually, you go back to the municipal code as far as the parking requirements. This is primarily a parking issue as far as the 4 per thousand or 5 per thousand requirements that we have, as there are some medical type operations that are actually parked at 4 per thousand, the chiropractor and so forth. Historically, even though the restriction is placed on some medical or dental, again, it's again a parking excuse me, primarily a parking consideration, and we have allowed, as far as uses that are 4 per thousand, like a general office in there, to go into those spaces, because the consideration that parking is available on site. It's available. In fact, in some cases, we have a little surplus beyond the 4 per thousand. So it's not really necessarily an impact, other types of impacts as far as the coming and going of the traffic during the daytime and so forth on that. So that's all looked at carefully when we review the projects and what's being requested to come in. On this side, it had a clear prohibition to medical dental, which is that additional parking, 5 per thousand versus the 4 per thousand, and that needed to be looked at with this process. And then the other component with the M1 zone, they do require a special use permit. So that's why we are here tonight with a special use permit for this type of operation.
Okay, well, thank you, because that helps clear it up. I didn't know, as Mr. Ferris also said, is there something unique about that site or that building that medical was not permitted? But if it's just as a matter of policy at the time, reviewing the parking seems to be not so much of an issue here, that I can understand that. Thank you very much, Mr. Shepard. And then, Mr. Bergen, I noticed also walking through the back of the property, there's a large vacant lot in the back there that seems to be accessed off of the rear of this property. Is that a landlocked, undeveloped parcel, or is that part of an adjacent parcel, and is that in any way associated with this lot or adjacent lots?
Sir, I believe the undeveloped parcel that you're looking at is part of Jaffra. That's a Jaffra parking lot, because the property line abuts to the pet veterinary, and so if you're looking to the right, to the rear of the right, that's the Jaffra parking lot.
So the undeveloped lot that's dirt there is part of Jaffra?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. No further questions at this time, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Nichols. Well, I'll come back to that. Commissioner Roundtree?
Mr. Bergen, I'm a little confused on a couple of points. We're here to evaluate granting a special use permit for medical tenants, but at the same site inspection that I did, I'm not sure who else did the inspection, they're already in the building. So my first question is, if we're here granting a permit for someone who's already there, you got to help me through this here, because
when we took a look at which tenants actually had business licenses, the approved uses in there currently, you have a marriage and family therapist, which is a general office, as a psychologist, so they're parked at a 1 for $250. The chiropractor is parked at a 1 for $250. So those are uses that are allowed to be in there. Then you have the, I think you have the EBA financial and insurance services, the senior helpers. Those are all general offices.
Well, okay, but they're all advertising themselves in the medical business, and maybe we're splitting hairs here. And if this is an administrative fix-it because someone's purchased the building and the people were in there before, I'm all ears. But I see a Dr. Wheeler, MD, with a huge sign, grand opening, the Center for Medical Weight Loss, which, great. We've got a number of chiropractors. So I'm just trying to get clear, is this an administrative fix? Or are we starting from scratch here? Because they're already in the building, and it's not about parking. Our family leases medical space, and it's very different. Not just how many cars you park. It's things about gases in the buildings, hazardous waste, depending upon the medical people that are there. It's very, very different. That's why it's so much more expensive. So I'm just trying to get clear, is this an administrative fix, or are we starting from scratch?
To staff's knowledge, the only uses that we have in the building currently are a general office or psychologist or chiropractor. Those are the approved business licenses that are in the building.
If I may, Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. First, I understand your question, and I'll speak in general terms as one of the city attorneys who used to do co-compliance and how our co-compliance system would work. And again, this is on general terms, not specifically for this location, simply because I'm not aware of any type of investigation into this location itself. And since I haven't had a chance to speak to Ms. Jackson, who does our co-compliance, I do not know if there's any type of open case on this matter. But generally, when we have cases in which, for example, there's a building and there might be a inappropriate use that would be technically a violation of our code, and that we receive a complaint because we're reacting to a complaint on that issue, and we go through an investigation, certainly the owner of that location who's responsible for that location, or the tenant who's responsible for that location, has options. And again, the first goal that the city has for these type of situations is to get compliance. So if that means that we have to go through a process like an SUP to allow for medical use, so that type of use that's there can be permitted under our code, then that would be an option that we would do. Obviously, another option would be to fix it, would be to say that tenant can't be there any longer, and that tenant has to be removed because it's an inappropriate use. So we have these types of, again, I'm speaking generally, but situations where we discover there's a violation, we look at the options for those violations, and one of those options is to get a change in our code or to change the permitted use at that location so it is in compliance with our code. For this particular case, I can't answer you simply because I'm not aware of it, but based upon your comments, I will certainly go through the process and look and see if there is something we have to look at for that issue. And again, I do not know without looking at it and really investigating it, but again, that's why we do these things. We get a concern about it or a complaint about it or a reporting party who reports about what they are concerned about, and we go through a process so everyone has their due process rights. We investigate it, make sure that is there a violation, and if there is, what the solution would be. And again, for this particular case, I do not know if this SUP, which would allow for medical for that particular square footage, again, because it is important also to note in this case that we're asking for a very specific square footage allotment here for this total building, because again, it goes back to parking, and the parking issue is going to be based upon this amount of square footage. You do the math for the parking, and it meets our parking requirements for what is there. The other thing, of course, would be if it has to expand, then you can maybe add more parking, or the parking still fits, because I think we have a few extra in this particular situation. So again, I do not know if, in this particular case, if this is a solution for that, or if this is something totally new to add medical. And again, we have to be careful because chiropractors are not treated the same for medical offices under our code. It might not be a violation. But based upon your concerns and your comments, I will speak with Ms. Jackson and the co-compliance officer and see if there's any type of open case. And again, I'm not saying that there would be. We would look into it. And sometimes it's merely making sure there's we're checking on it, and then it would be a report to me and then I can report to you if that's an issue or go through the other process.
Yeah, my primary concern is that we need more medical space in this community. We're going to need more as time goes on, and if we can adjust it, just whatever the city has to do to kind of clean it up so as other people move into the building, they're not going to be asked, well, how is this zoned?
Well, Commissioner Roundtree, I'd like Mr. Shepherd to tag on the back of what Mr. Heher was talking that addresses what you were saying or questioning.
Yeah, actually, just a follow-up and additional information. When a project comes through as far as for a medical office addition or attachment here to this building here, all the requirements as far as for the occupancy performance as far as gases and all the details as far as what we find in medical office buildings, those are all looked at the time of the building permit for the tenant improvement that comes in. The building department checks those out as far as types of materials coming in. The fire department also has a plan check they go through to make certain that everything for the health and safety codes are met. So that's all picked up. The requirement as far as the standards of that is picked up after the fact of the entitlement itself. The entitlement's looking more on the land plan components and so forth. The detailed work is picked up in the plan checks on it. So it is looked at carefully.
Good. Any other questions from the Commission? Commissioner Reynolds?
I wanted to ask, how many office suites will there be in this 3,630 square feet?
Currently, with the tenant list that the applicant has given us, there's going to be six suites,
Six suites.
all comprised of office, and then I think there's one suite for medical currently, which is going to be a proposed dentist, but we'd have to have the applicant clarify.
Okay. I was just curious, I mean, is this whole area now vacant? I was counting the cars in this overview, and I see 18 empty spots plus the 4 handicap. So I didn't know if maybe there were tenants in this proposed space already, and that's why, to me, there are a lot of cars in that parking lot. And so I just wondered, as fair as are some of the people that probably parked there moving out of this building to vacate for this new medical? And maybe that's something that the applicant can answer instead.
Yeah, I would probably have to have the applicant clarify
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Commissioner Nichols?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bergen, as a follow-up to this discussion about the percentage of the building, knowing the way just business office buildings typically go, there's constantly tenant improvements, people wanting to move a wall, add an office, expand the small bit, whatever that would happen to be. Would it be prudent at this point to indicate some maximum square footage or some maximum percentage that the parking would allow for medical purposes, to set that as a threshold that they know that they can't go beyond, and then if they need to expand at some point, they can go, so we don't have to come back and revisit this? Or is there a valid reason just to say we're going to call a certain square footage and because that's what they want and just leave it at that?
Well, the maximum, the 3630 is actually the maximum square footage for medical that they could possibly add, because after that they don't have enough parking. So that's why we stopped them at that number. And we've also put in conditions such as a revised deed restriction, and for every building improvement they're going to do, they have to submit a parking count and the square footage showing us the breakdown between general office as well as medical, so we can keep an eye on it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Commissioner Roundtree?
Yeah, this question has to do with existing tenants. If in fact it's now converted into medical dental facility, and let's pretend I'm the tenant, now my new next door neighbor is a dentist, and I don't want to be next to a dentist. What does the city do, if anything? And this is our legal question here. do anything in regards to existing tenants and making them aware of, we've changed the zoning, so to speak, on this building, and you now may be next to a surgery center or a doctor's office.
I would consider that a private matter between the tenants and the owner.
Just for clarification on that, sir, the tenants are actually notified of the change via the sign in the front of the building, as well as we ask that the applicant gets us a tenant list, so the tenants are also sent, some type of notification as well.
Any other questions to staff from the commission? Okay, with that, I'd like to go to our applicant, Mr. Bob Selvin. And Bob, if you could state your name and city of residence for the record, please, and you have 15 minutes.
Bob Selvin. I live in Calabasas. And seems like we've covered a lot of what seems to be the requirements. How big is the building? How many extra spaces there are? There is an easement that says that we can't count 14 of the spaces. We also have an extra 4. So there's 18 extra spaces that are there. The easement is for in case they need to work on the lines. There's power lines that go across the back parking area. And I would guess, realistically, they'll probably need to work on it once every 50 or 60 years for a few days, because no one's going to want their power out for days and days. If those lines go down, they're going to be right there fixing them. So even though they're not counted, they are there and they're able to be used for 90% of the time, I think it's safe to say. There's a chiropractor there now, and doctors don't recognize them as being doctors, and they want to be doctors, so I guess there's a technical issue on that. And I know that he's gone through the permit process and everything was done properly for that. We've had a building that's been empty for a couple years. We had it completely rented, and everyone did so well in it that they moved on. They outgrew the building, which is a good problem to have, but in this economy, when everything hit pretty hard, the building was empty, and we've slowly been filling it up. It's, I guess, reaching a 60-70% capacity. Times when we had other tenants there, they had a boiler room, and the parking was just overflowing with that. So I think sometimes medical is even better than the boiler rooms, where they just packed in as many people as they could, and they're making phone calls all day, and a lot of people in and out. So it was a little bit tough at the time. It was nice to have the tenants there, and they've moved on since then. They outgrew the building as well. And we're just trying to run a business. We're trying to keep the building. It's been very tough. We have mortgage payments, we have taxes, we have to get the lawn mowed no matter what. We have to keep the property up, insure it. And we've lost a lot of money on it over the last few years, but we're hanging in there. And somebody brought to me a lease. They said, I can put in medical. And we said, well, we can't do that. So I said, well, I'll give it a shot. We'll see if we can get the zoning changed. And that's why I'm here, just trying to fill up my building and do business. It's a family practitioner. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. There's medical in the area already. I think it's a good, viable business. There's a limit on how big it can be. It can only go so big, and like we said, we do have the extra parking there, and I don't want the whole thing to be medical. I'd rather do office. I think it's a little easier, but he's there. We need to put somebody in the building, and to stay in business, to not lose it. We owe a lot of money. I kind of borrowed money to get through the lean times, and we're working our way out. But here I am, and I just want to get the doctors in there if I can. I don't know if you have any questions that I could answer.
Questions of the applicant, commissioners? I have one quick question, Mr. Selvin. You do have a potential tenant that wants to move in under the medical aspect? Because we aren't changing zoning, we're just removing a restriction on this.
Yeah, I'm new to this, so if I don't get the term.
But you have a tenant that is interested in coming into your property now?
Yeah, a non-chiropractor this time, so he's a family practitioner.
Okay, that's fine. That's my only question I had.
Okay.
No other questions? Thank you very much, and you'll have a chance for rebuttal later on.
Okay.
I have no speaker cards on this, so I'm going to go. There we go. Okay. I have no speaker cards on this other than the applicant, so I'm going to go straight to the commission for. God, I keep forgetting about staff. I know, but I don't read that. And, it's not like staff is really important, is it? It doesn't mean I don't love you. Mr. Berrigan, would you like to make any comments?
Staff has no additional comments.
See, I knew that. So, anyway, thank you very much. You did a great job. Now I'll come back to the commission. Mr. Selvin, do you have any rebuttal or anything else you'd like to add? See, I knew that too. All right, so here we go. Now, what I'd like to do is close the public hearing. Okay, it's been a few weeks, boys and girls. Yeah, and let's go ahead and go to the commission for any comments and/or motion. Commissioner Roundtree?
I'd like to make a motion to approve SUP 2013-70303 with the conditions attached.
Motion's on the floor. Any comments to the motion? Commissioner Reynolds.
And I will support the motion. I think in this economy that this is a smart move, and I think it's a needed move, and I support.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Ferris.
I'm to support the motion. I do want to state on the other side of it, we shouldn't make city decisions based upon certain individual economic matters. We have to look at the policies on it. I think based on the policies, they are solid, and that's why I'm supporting it.
Well said. Commissioner Nichols, anything? All right, then I'm going to support the motion as well. So I'm going to ask commissioners, please vote.
Motion passed 5-0.
Mr. Selvin, thank you very much, and good luck. Oh, there's also a 10-day right of appeal to the Community Development Department that will then go to the council if anybody wants to appeal our decision. And then if I can ask our secretary to open up case 6B.
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6B regarding case SUP 2013-70291. Applicant, Verizon Wireless. Request to allow installation of a wireless communications facility on a replacement light pole with associated equipment underground. Location, 952 Rockfield Street.
And thank you very much. And I think on staff we have Mr. Chua. There you are. And you've got the floor. Thank you, sir. Can you put your microphone on for us?
It's been a while. Thank you, Chair Terpel. Members of the Commission, for your consideration tonight is an application for a special use permit requesting to allow the installation of a wireless facility at the North Ranch Playfield. The facility will be consisting of a 6-panel antennas installed on a replacement light standard, which is at the playfield right now, and the equipment supporting the antennas will be installed underground. This is the location. Shows you the aerial for the location of the proposed antenna. That little asterisk there shows you the location of the antenna within the park itself. As you can see, the area is mainly residential properties, residential homes. The city has set the standards for installation of wireless communication facilities in the city. The proposed site will provide indoor coverage as well as providing relief for capacity from other sites within the network. A similar request has been approved by the city at the same spot. That'll be the site for T-Mobile. As I mentioned earlier, the proposed facility will be, the light standard is on the south side of the North Ranch Playfield. It's about 380 feet away from the nearest residential structure. The antennas will be installed on an 80-foot high replacement light standard. The top of the antennas will be 75 feet high, and the bottom of the antenna, lower antennas, will be at 61 feet high. The replacement antennas, the replacement light pole will have a 24-inch diameter at the bottom and 15-inch at the top. The existing pole right now is about 16 inches at the base and 12 inches at the top. Just as a matter of comparison. As mentioned earlier, the equipment will be installed in an underground vault. Staff has recommended conditions which requires radomes to be installed around the antennas. A landmark tree will be required because of the presence of landmark trees on the within 100 feet of the project. This is a photo simulation provided by the applicant of what the antenna as proposed will look like. Here's another one, another view from Rockfield. This is the existing site that was approved in 2007 for T-Mobile. As you can see, there is a radome around the antennas. This is the same approach that we're trying to we're trying to do here with the proposed site. The applicant is proposing an above-ground vents, two above-ground vents, 24-inch in diameter by 36 inches high. Staff is has included conditions suggesting that the vents would be flush-mounted. This is the flush mount vents for the T-Mobile site at the same park. This is another one that was installed on a different park here in the city, flush mount vents. And here's a different view of that same vent. Some above ground vents were approved in the city before. For the we have made exceptions where the above ground vents have been way out of the way. I mean, if it's out of the way from pedestrian, from park users, or when it has a secondary use. This is from Borchard Park. As you can see, the vents were at the edge of the park, next to the driveway, where it's not accessible from normal park users. Here's another view of those vents. It's staff's position that the facility will not result in adverse visual impact because of the fact that it will be installed on a light pole of similar height with light fixtures above the antennas. This approach has been done in the past. We have the city have approved several other sites with a similar approach. At the same time, the antennas have a significant distance from the nearest residential property. This project is exempt under CEQA, under Class 1 category. Staff, by the way, before I conclude my, my presentation, appearing for the first time tonight in public is Mr. Trip May of Kramer Firm. He works for Jonathan Kramer, our consultant, and he will be making the presentation in place of Mr. Kramer. And here's Trip.
Thank you, Will. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, by way of background, I've been working with Jonathan reviewing wireless sites for the past 9 years, including while I was in law school. I personally worked on this site, and Jonathan is here to supervise me and yank me from my chair if I mess it up. This firm independently reviewed the technical parameters of this site for compliance with the National RF Emission Safety Standards. Based on the proposed design and the antennas, this site will comply with those standards. Accordingly, the city cannot deny or modify this project based on RF emissions concerns alone.
And with that, staff concludes our presentation, and we're ready to answer any questions that you may have.
And thank you very much. I want you to know that Mr. Kramer would spend at least 15 minutes more talking about something. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Reynolds.
Good evening, Mr. Chua. I wanted to ask if any of these vents that are in that park, have they ever flooded?
No.
Any of them in the city?
We have not, and I have not heard in my past 9 years of working here in the city with wireless sites, I have not received any reports of any flooding.
Is that because of the concrete that was put around? It looks like it to stop the flow of water coming down because there was a little hill.
Well, yeah, there are mitigation methods that were installed to provide this, and also we don't barely get any rains around here in Thousand Oaks.
That's true, because I was real curious where these other photographs in the supplemental packet came from, in what areas. So,
those are not from the city of Thousand Oaks.
No, I know they're from the applicant. So I asked them because I was real curious where they were located, especially when I saw the presentation of the ones already there. Thank you. That's all I have.
Nothing else? Okay. Give me 2 seconds here, please. Mr. Chu, I may have misunderstood you. You said you were hoping to have the same type of design that T-Mobile has in your presentation. I'm assuming that we're going to have the same type of radome around the antennas. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. I've got I'm sorry, Commissioner Reynolds?
Have you received any communication from residents or the Property Owners Association?
No.
Regarding this?
No, I have not heard.
But
anything.
everyone was noticed that lived within.
It was noticed based
radius.
on the requirements of the municipal code.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, one. All right, I've got 3 cards on this case, the applicant, and then I have 2 speaker cards. So I'd like to first call Miss, how do I say this? That's what I'm doing first. No, I'm looking for Sonal Thakur. Did I say that correctly? This is our applicant. You'll have 15 minutes. Did I say that correctly?
Sonal Thakur.
Sonal Thakur.
With Core Development Services, representing Verizon Wireless.
Okay, you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Trappell, members of the Planning Commission. First off, I would like to thank staff for their hard work and cooperation throughout this project. Verizon worked closely with staff as well as the CRPD to locate the specific light standard that we would be replacing, such that it would be far away from residential. As Mr. Chua had mentioned, it's 380 feet from the nearest residential use. Additionally, we wanted to choose a light standard that would be located such that it wouldn't impede or interrupt the future development of the park. Verizon has reviewed staff's recommended conditions of approval and is agreeable to them. However, Verizon does have heartburn over condition number 5, which has been addressed in the supplemental packet that was provided for your consideration. Specifically, Verizon, similar to many other carriers, is very concerned with the use of flush-mounted vents because we have seen actual examples, photos in the supplemental packet, where our equipment has been damaged as a result of moisture, water runoff, and again, flooding from the rains. Commissioner Reynolds, you did inquire where these pictures were from. These were provided to me specifically from construction managers with Verizon. They are not from the city of Thousand Oaks, but I cannot specify specifically what jurisdiction they're from. Verizon is agreeable, again, to the conditions. We would put a radome or radomes around both of the sectors of antennas to match that of T-Mobile's, but again, we are asking that for the consideration of the Planning Commission to allow stacked vents similar to those in Borchardt Park. We don't believe that aesthetically it causes any obtrusive impact to the neighborhoods. And we believe that this facility, once deployed, would provide network users of Verizon, residents, professionals, to have improved coverage as well as improved capacity. I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any questions of the applicant? I'm sorry, Commissioner Roundtree?
Yeah, some of the comments that were used in the report you used the word heartburn. There was a couple of other terms that made it look like if you couldn't do a stacked vent that you weren't interested, but I didn't want to make that assumption, but just the choice of words, and then of course the word heartburn kind of...
I should use a different word. Verizon, it is their policy, as far as I've been informed, to use stack-mounted vents. This has been an issue that we've actually been going back and forth with the city on to explain why Verizon is not receptive to accepting this condition. And that's why we're asking for consideration.
And the stacked vents are from the same supplier that the ones that were installed at Reno?
To my knowledge, yes.
Commission? I'd have a question. If the commission decided to keep them at ground level, would that be a problem? For you to go forward with it, as staff has recommended?
I would need to get a determination from Verizon. However, I have informed them of the possibility that Planning Commission may decide one way or the other. Unfortunately, I will not get a final answer until after the hearing.
Okay. Any other questions of the commission? All right, Commissioner Ferris.
Thank you. So, the issue is you and staff are in agreement on all the conditions with respect to the placement and that kind of stuff. It's just condition 5.
With the exception of condition number 5.
And so our decision is to figure out if we do approve the permit to include condition 5 or not, and then it's going to be up to you as to whether you take action to appeal it if that's the case.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
And thanks for that clarification, Commissioner Ferris. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. You'll have time for rebuttal. I have 2 other speaker cards. I'd like to bring up Mr. Michael Rotfeld. Did I pronounce your name correctly, sir? Yes, you did. I get a star then, if I can do that. So, and you've got 5 minutes, sir. And you'll be followed by Miss Bonnie.
Kalin.
Thank you, Kalin. There you go, sir.
Is this on? My name is Michael Rotfeld. I live in Westlake Village. I'm here to express my displeasure with this whole cell phone tower thing. My biggest problem is I haven't had time to prepare for tonight. We just got the date of this meeting last Thursday. I got on the my wife works a full-time job. She's got, and our neighbors have almost 300 signatures. I went on the internet and I just started to research this to prepare, and I just could barely scratch the surface I mean, I just was making notes tonight. I could bring in a picture show of what our park looks like. T-Mobile never kept their word. It's a mess. It's all full of dirt. The equipment that they talk about putting underground, it looks like a bomb shelter about the size of from here to the wall. It makes noise 24/7. It's going off and on all the time. There's a pad that they put around the bottom of the pole that's an eyesore. I do have a picture on my cell phone, my Verizon cell phone. It's an eyesore. It's a mismatched pad, doesn't even fit the pole properly. It's tied together with these awful-looking yellow belts. Apparently the first pad they put up rotted out. I mean, it gives me fears. They don't even know how to pad the tower, let alone the effects. I mean, I just heard about radon covers tonight. That's something else I'd like to look into. The cell phone tower we have has been a detriment to our park. We live directly across from the park. Our bedroom's on the second story. We're almost eye level with that cell phone tower. I just learned today, reading information from the FCC about a beam. You're not really in much danger, but if you're in the path of that beam, you could be in trouble. I mean, the FCC, their rules are based on information from 1992 and 1996, when nobody ever heard of an iPad or an iPhone. There's research around the world that's coming up with some really bad findings, and it's been very quiet in this country, but with the internet you can learn about things in other countries. Israel has a study that's very frightening. India has a study that's very frightening, affecting animals and the birds. So my biggest fear right now is if you make a decision okaying this tower now, it's terribly frightening to me. We have equity in our home to protect. I don't want to find out that these new reports, when the United States, starts printing them in the papers, and people start to learn about what's going on, that the law changes, and maybe there's an exception. Oh, existing towers can stand. Well, there goes maybe a lot of our equity in our home, which we've worked very hard to get, which we're relying on for our retirement. I don't want that. I don't want to lose $1 off of it. I need much more time to contact people. We've read about other cities that have protested and the lengths they've gone through and the treatment they got from T-Mobile. I watched a video on YouTube today. It's scary. I need more time to... I didn't even know your names tonight. I didn't know Mr. Chua. I would love to sit down and talk with him. I would love for him to come to our park and get his opinion of what he sees there. His pictures were very misleading. The FCC uses words like could exceed, might become, likely. Scary words to me. This is outdated. Their findings are outdated. They get a law passed that you can't sue them if you get cancer and die. So we have to look to other avenues, such as our equity. This tower that they want to put in is like within 100 feet of a children's for the little kids' playground. We need more time. We need you not to approve this tonight, so all of our neighbors, we haven't even had a chance to meet yet. So I'm just asking you not to make any decision tonight, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I can have those members in the audience give respect to the commission and what's going on. And I'm sorry, is it Bonnie Callan? Callan? Yes. Callan? Did I get that correct? Thank you. If you could restate your name and your city of residence for the record, please.
It's Bonnie Kalem, K-A-L-E-M. Thank you, first of all. I thank the commissioner and the committee for serving our community. I really do appreciate that, and to offer us this opportunity to have a hearing. That was my husband. He's pretty worked up about this, as I am, as are our neighbors. Right now, we've got 20 people here. Right here, I have 250 signatures, which I was just able to get in 3 days. because we weren't noticed properly. There was a big notice, there was a big card outside the park that there was going to be a hearing, and any day now we were going to get the date, the actual date. So I figured, okay, once they actually put the date up there, we'd have at least 1 or 2 weeks to prepare. But no, we got this notice, I think on Thursday. Friday, I was out on the streets getting signatures. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, with the help of some of my neighbors here. What they don't tell you is how many children pass through this park every single day. What they're not telling you is that they're toddlers in a playground. It's a sandbox. There are monkey bars, and there are people who are jogging in there and bicycling, and this is a recreational park. It is not a passive park. There are recreational sports held there, I think 2-3 times a day. It's constant. When I went around this weekend and I was taking these signatures, first of all, not one person said to me, gee, we need a Verizon cell tower here. We just don't have enough coverage. Not one person said that. In fact, when I said it was happening, they picked up their phone and they said, I've got 4 bars on here. We don't need it. We already have a T-Mobile cell tower there. Do we want to be known as a cell tower park? We live directly across the street from this. These are our neighbors who all have homes within the perimeter of this park. You should come out and see the park, or maybe you already have. If you don't care about the children, then maybe you care about the property values. Because I don't know what's going to make you realize that this is not a good idea. I would like to know how many other parks have a cell tower. We couldn't find out. We went on the internet, we tried to find out. However, it's inconclusive. They don't have to be registered. Even ours is not registered. Okay? I want to know. There were 3 other parks that I know that we were told through reading the Acorn over the years that actually stopped this from happening. I'm really upset that the T-Mobile one came in, and the reason that happened is because it sneaked in, because only 2 or 3 people showed up at that meeting. They didn't know about it. They weren't noticed properly. We live across the street. We weren't noticed properly. You know, people have a tendency, they get a little apathetic sometimes, but then when it hits home, it's a different story. When you see that ground starting to get dug up, and you see what's going to happen there, then maybe everybody is going to get on board with this. But right now, this is 250 signatures. I could have gotten 1,000 if I had more time. I didn't have enough time. As my husband says, he didn't have enough time to prepare for this. I want to know, why can't we go to an alternative location? Why do there have to be 2 cell towers in a small park like this? Why? Donna, one of my neighbors here, she just purchased her home a couple of months ago. She didn't know that there was a cell tower across the street. I said, tell me, Donna, if you knew, would you have purchased that home? She said, you know, it probably would have changed my mind. When I went around and I was getting signatures from the people in the park, they didn't know a T-Mobile cell tower was there. I wish I had taken a picture of it yesterday. There was a man with a little boy sitting right next to the tower. As my husband said, with this unsightly padding and this orange strapping. Sorry, it's orange, honey, not yellow. But I went over to him and I said, do you know that that's a cell tower? And he was horrified. The rest of the people who I went up to, they had no idea that a cell tower was in their park. And they don't want another one. And they'll stop playing there. And the revenue that the park is now getting for all the games that go on there, that'll stop.
Ms. Caleb, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
I just respectfully ask that you give us more time to prepare a rebuttal. We didn't bring an attorney. We didn't bring an environmentalist, but we will next time. I want proof that this is not going to hurt us. I want proof that we're not going to lose $1 of our equity. I want them to live across the street from a cell tower.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I was going to get there. Question of the speaker, Ms. Kalem. All right. Commissioner, Ms. Kalem, can I ask you to come back? You have a question from Commissioner Ferris.
Thank you for coming back up. You mentioned you're right across from the park. Do you happen to live in a homeowners association?
Yes.
And it's part of the homeowners association that's right across from the park? That homeowners association you're part of it encompasses all the homes across from the park. The reason I'm asking is I'm going to ask staff about notification, and
we didn't get it from them.
I just want to ask that. That's the reason why I'm asking. So
I'm sorry, sir. We're working here. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner Ferris. Can't have any comments from the audience at this point. Did you get an answer to your question?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kim. Any other questions of the speaker? Okay, very good.
Can I just ask one question? Does the committee want the petition?
You can actually, if you have the petition, give it to our city clerk, and you can place that in the file if you'd like. Okay, so what I'd like to do right now is go back to staff with responses. What am I out of order again?
Rebuttal from the applicant?
No. Staff responses and questions of staff first, and then we'll go for rebuttal.
All right. Okay. So, as far as the vents are concerned, the reason why staff is not supporting above-ground vents for this property is because it's right in the middle of the park, where it's going to be busy for when the park is being used. It's going to be impeding the way. We've looked at it, and we determined that we cannot make an exception on this as far as vents are concerned. As far as, a radome is basically just, as brought up by Mr. Ratfield, a radome is just basically the same cover that was installed on the other side. It's a harmless piece of RF transparent material that will shield the antennas from public view, so you don't have a direct view of the antennas. I will ask Mr. May here to discuss the detriment to health as far as RF is concerned, but let me address some other issues. As far as notification is concerned, we have sent out notification as soon as the application was filed, and at the same time when the large sign was installed. This is, the sign has to be installed 45 days before a hearing, so the sign was installed at that time. And also, a notification was sent out 14 days before the hearing. As far as the homeowner association is concerned, I do believe that we've sent it out to homeowners association within 1 mile of the project, and I have a list if the commissioners would like to see of which homeowner associations were sent out, where notification was sent out. As far as the other site was concerned, T-Mobile went through the same process. It was notified. As a matter of fact, I can speak on that because I was the same planner who worked on it. I received one call as far as that project was concerned, asking to see if we can do anything to block the antennas visually. That's why we asked T-Mobile to install a radome around those antennas. Now we have, as far as approval of antennas within a park, we have the Dos Milenos Community Park, which has 4 sites right now, or maybe 5. We have the Borchard Park, which one of the pictures I showed of the vents. We have this park, and we have the Sunset Hills Park as well that has cell sites. So it's been a practice of the city in accordance with the standards requirement by our wireless guidelines to, as much as possible, locate this on an existing structure in parks or in Edison's SCE pole. Now, for this particular location, the park is the best option for location of a cell site, because if the applicant or T-Mobile or the Verizon needs a particular site and we don't allow them on a park, their other option would be putting it on a street light, which we have done also in the past. And based on my experience, I've seen this closer than 380 feet, maybe within 40 or 50 feet from somebody's windows. And, okay, so I think I've covered most of the issues that Ms. Kalan has brought out, and Mr. Tripp here would address the issue of safety as far as RF is concerned. Thank you.
Okay, before you begin, Mr. Tripp, is there any questions of Mr. Chua from Commissioner Reynolds?
I believe there's also 2 towers in the Canal Creek South. One of them is against a freeway on park property, but the other one is at Jantz, because I had to recuse myself because my property was so many feet from the edge of the parks. And
yes, there are 2 sites out there. One is T-Mobile, the other one is AT&T.
when is the red date painted on the signs, on the big boards? Because I know a lot of times they'll be blank, and then I'll notice there's a date on them. When does that process take place?
It is 14 days before a hearing is conducted.
So 14 days, the date goes up there. I
Yes.
think it's usually in red, too. Thank you.
Okay, can I please have, we don't need comments from the audience. It's a simple system that we have to go through to get through. Please keep your comments to yourself, please. We have statement cards. You can say whatever you want. We have a system that is in place, so I ask you respect. So, Commissioner, these are just statement cards. I'm sorry, speaker cards, if you'd like to speak. Say something.
You don't have any statement cards.
I do. I haven't done that yet, but I will do that. Commissioner Ferris.
Thank you, Mr. Chu. I did have one other question about the notice. You had mentioned that there was a list of homeowners associations within a mile of the site that notices were sent to. Would you be kind enough to just, I can't imagine it's a long list. Could you actually just read that?
Oh, okay, sure. Okay, the following were sent. Braemar Gardens Homeowners Association sent to Ross Morgan and Company, which is the management company. Capri 2 Homeowners Association for Tract 4335, Concord Consulting and Associate Services. Country Club Estates Property Owners Association, Emmons Company. Emerald Forest Homeowners Association, Emmons Company. High Country Homeowners Association, FCCMI. Island Forest Property Homeowners Association, Emmons Company. Kensington Park Homeowners Association, Spectrum Property Services. Meadow Oaks Homeowners Association, Ross Morgan and Company. Morrison Estates Owners Association, Emmons Company.
And which one of the homeowners associations is immediately across from the park that the residents are here today? Which one of those?
I'm not sure which one is their homeowners association, but this has been obtained from our GIS map, which is being maintained by the city.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Nichols, did you have a question for Mr. Chua?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Being one of those two who live across the street from a cell tower, I am familiar with some of the issues because I had the same process to go through before I was on the commission here. So I can feel your pain a little bit. I was taking a closer look at the plans. I see that the lease area is 10 feet by 25 feet, which is quite an area, and I know we're not regulating lease areas, but it seems like it gives them a lot of territory to operate. And the vault that they install is 7 feet by 11 feet, which is a pretty good size vault. Now, I've also walked by, because I do a lot of hiking, Canal Creek North, where at the very top end of that park, there's a site just before you go through the little trail that pops out on Flores. That makes a racket. I mean, it's a lot of noise. So my question to our experts is, what is the decibel level of these vents, and what would be considered a tolerable level from a certain distance? And this particular site that I'm thinking of is maybe 25 feet from the back of somebody's fence, and it makes an awful lot of noise. So I'll be curious as to the noise level. And then the other question I had was regarding pad protection. I don't know if there's, again, maybe that's a park district issue, but if that's an issue for protecting against the towers. And then thirdly, again, not that we're into property value evaluation, but to address the concern of the homeowners here, does anyone know, staff, Mr. Kramer, of any studies that address if cell towers have in fact shown to either affect in any way the property values of homes?
I will address the noise issue. Basically, our general plan limits the outdoor noise to 65 decibels and the interior noise at 45 decibels. Unless it's proven that the noise exceeds those standards, they comply with our general plan requirement for outdoor noise and indoor noise. As far as regulation or real estate value is concerned, I don't have any information on that. I don't know if Mr. Kramer could address that issue.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Kramer. This is an area where I had not had a chance to talk with Mr. May about before the meeting. The issue of real estate values is one that goes back and forth. I know of the one appraiser in Southern California who does this professionally for both governments and for wireless carriers. And what I'm aware of is that there really is a long-term, there's no particular value. As you heard from testimony tonight, many people don't know that they're near a cell tower. As a practical matter, it's not one of the things that we take into consideration as part of the process of following the municipal code. And for the chair, I hope that was short enough.
You disappointed me. So, thank you, Mr. Kramer.
Mr. Chair, I did have a follow-up to Mr. Chu. You said that there's a general plan requirement that outdoor noise cannot exceed 65 decibels, but do we have an answer as to what the decibel level is of these vaults?
To give you a perspective, 45 decibel is probably operating your vacuum cleaner inside your house. That's about 45 decibels. Gun noise about 80 decibels. So I can't exactly pinpoint what noise makes what, but if you're hearing a gunshot, that's about, that's about 80 decibels of noise. Now, unless you get into that level of noise, we have not issued the issue of noise as far as this is concerned, because staff has not experienced any of this excessive amount of noise inside somebody's property, or we have not have a measurement of what noise inside a house is that's caused by the vents.
I don't know if this has been or could be a regular issue if homeowners are concerned about the noise, but is there some way we, at the next time, perhaps get that information so we can consider that as part of our evaluation?
Maybe the applicant's representative would have information on the type of noise that this generates. So I don't know if Ms. Thakur could address that issue also.
Commissioner Roundtree.
Mr. Chewett, through your report, did you give any consideration to co-location of the towers rather than equipping a brand new pole with a new antenna using the T-Mobile site? Because we've done co-locations before.
Typically, you need space to install wireless sites. It would be nice to have a co-location on the same tower, but strength-wise or the amount of wires inside that pole that has to be supported. We don't know if that is viable. We have not had any two sites on the same location because of the fact that, you know, it's limiting as far as what type of structure you could put in there because of the weight, wind load, and all that. So yes, it's a very good, you know, it's a very good concept, but in reality, would it work? Probably not.
Let me take that one step further. We approved one off of Petro Road a year ago in the top of the church steeple. I forget the names of the companies who you're co-locating with. How did you come, or did the city come to the conclusion that that would be a perfect co-location location?
I think you're talking about 1360 South Wendy Drive, right at the corner. That's a Verizon and AT&T. What it is that the steeple that was created for that wireless site has enough strength and to support a total of, I believe, 12 antennas, maybe more than that. But if you have, in this case, you have 3 existing for T-Mobile and 6 proposed for Verizon, there's no proof that a pole may be able to support that, or you may end up with a much larger pole.
Because kind of what I'm hearing from the community is maybe one pole is better than 2.
One is always, less is always better as far as, these sites are concerned, but the practicality of it, is it doable? I don't have proof whether that will work or not work.
Then who would be the person that I would ask the question to as to whether that's feasible or not? To answer some of the questions of the community, because they're very good questions. I mean, if I live next door, I'd want to know, I want to put it someplace else, so why don't we put it on the pole that already has the antennas on it, and if it means a little extra digging or a little bit stronger pole, then maybe that's a better way to do it than put it just outside of third base or first base.
Yeah, okay, well, Mr. Kramer would be here to answer. Or
through the chair, commissioners, the Verizon's configurations, they actually have 2 levels of antennas because they, unlike most wireless carriers, operate on 4 separate frequency bands. T-Mobile does not. So what you'd be talking about would be replacing the existing T-Mobile pole, presuming that they would be willing to do that. They have their own concerns about interference. And then having 3 separate radomes, 3 separate levels of antennas, and then also having the equipment in a much closer location. Whether that's possible would be up to the applicant, it would be up to T-Mobile, and also up to CRPD. It would be their decision if they wanted to go back and look at that and then bring that forward to the city for an alternative consideration.
Did that answer your question? You got that? Any other questions for our commissioners, for staff? And then, I'm sorry? Commissioner Nichols.
It wasn't so much a question, but it was a concern of the speakers that mentioned several times about the potential impacts to park users. And Mr. Kramer, I know you deal with this a lot. Mr. May, perhaps, I'm not sure. But could you please once again explain what our limitations are here as this body and what the federal regulations are? And I know our gentleman speaker was wanting to do more homework on this, but I know you've tried to educate this, and perhaps you could address that again for the benefit of our listeners here.
Commissioner Nichols, I think, and you're going to have to forgive me. Your last name again was?
It's Mr. May.
Mr. May, because I think I called you Mr. Tripp.
It's all right, sir.
That's okay. So it happens with my wife constantly, which is why I live at the hotel most often. Mr. Kramer, if that's okay, because I was reserving that.
That's why he's here tonight.
For Mr. May. Is that okay with you, Commissioner Nichols? Yeah, Mr. May, you're up on that then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Generally, with respect to RF emissions, Congress has given the FCC sole national authority to set the safety limits for RF emissions. The FCC has set those limits, and this means that the city cannot determine new standards, whether different, higher, lower, or even the same, what the city can do is determine whether the proposed design will comply with the RF standards set by the FCC. In this case, the proposed antennas will comply, so the city may not deny or modify it based on RF. But I would like to point out that in Resolution 197, Section 6A, the city does have a strong policy of checking and making sure that these antennas comply with RF standards. In many other cities, they take the applicant's word for it, but Thousand Oaks does take the extra step. Additionally, I could address some of the other concerns from questions from the audience if the commission would like me to do that.
I would think that would be a good idea.
All right, thank you, sir. To start with, Mr. Rotfeld, you asked what the beam was. Through the commissioners, I'd like to answer that question. The antennas emit radio frequency in a shaped cone, which means that they don't spread out throughout the air. They go out in sort of a line. But that line doesn't continue forever. It follows the law of physics, this specific law called the inverse square law, which means that as you get farther away from the face of the antennas, the intensity of the frequency diminishes. And the FCC standards have set the point in distance from the face of the antennas in which it is safe for human occupancy. Particularly in this case, the face of the antennas, as you can see on page 3 of the staff report, is roughly 61 feet above ground level. In this configuration, the RF emissions at ground level will be completely within the FCC limits. The activities in the park will not be affected by RF in a way that violates the rules, and so it is therefore outside of the city's review since it complies. I believe that answers the rest of the questions that I heard about RF. If the commission has any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Commissioners? Commissioner Roundtree.
This is not necessarily a question, but just this will be my own 6th cell site. And the dialogue that we have is very similar. And it's very frustrating when I sat in the audience many years ago watching the first few come through, and then after sitting here and going through 6 of them, what I wouldn't want you to say is, let's get 2,000 people and get signatures, and somehow that will change what Mr. Kramer and the panel has described. It's very frustrating when you have to sit in one of these seats and your hands are tied because you can't. In fact, if I could ask our legal advisor here, what would happen if we just said we're not doing it because we've got 2,000 signatures? What happens this whole project?
Well, every project that you look at has to be based upon findings. So whatever your decision is going to be based upon the findings and the substantial evidence that you have for those findings. Again, as Mr. Kramer and Mr. May has said, and we've discussed repeatedly before, the FCC has really taken sole power, if you will, on this particular issue, especially with RF emissions. They are currently going through a rules review, and they have sought local agencies' opinions on several other new changes that they have. But currently, even with the RF emissions issue, it is clearly hands-off for local agencies on that issue. And I certainly understand that whether it's believed or not is in question. But I have looked at this every time. I know Mr. Kramer has looked at this repeatedly, and he is frankly an expert in this field, national expert in this field. And certainly we try to look at these things as we have to allow them based upon certain findings. We can prohibit them with certain findings. We don't have those findings, at least at this point. And frankly, if we look at our policy that we have, a policy that's based on the technology that is there and the FCC guidelines that we have to follow, our policy that we have actually lists a light stand or a pole, a park pole, as one of the ones that we would use, simply because alternatives aren't as, frankly, aren't as good as the ones that we are trying to find. And as Mr. Chua said earlier, we look at our policy and we say, if it's not here, where else can they have it? And so we try to work with each team to ensure that we have the best location we can get for what the Verizon or the other cell site companies need. Another point to make actually is we can't prohibit Verizon, for example, and just, I'm giving just a plain example, from going into a location simply because there's another carrier that's already there. Unfortunately, we can't do that either. That's actually discriminating against that carrier. For example, Verizon, in a case, we couldn't do that simply because Verizon has their own customers, and T-Mobile or AT&T have their own customers. So we can't say, well, there's already one in that park, therefore you don't get one if it's a totally different company. We don't have that ability to do that. Very clear by the law that we're stuck in that way. So what we try to do as a staff, and what Mr. Kramer does with his team, is we do carefully go through each one of these issues. I don't know all the cities that deal with this issue. I know some certainly don't go through the process that we go through. We certainly are trying to find locations that make sense with our policy as it is right now. But as far as the FCC issue is concerned, it's not only is it hands off, it's actually, and I'm not trying to scare anybody, but it's frustrating in a local level simply because they're trying to change rules to make it to tie our hands even more. And that is coming down the line that we're looking at, and we're trying to do our best, and local cities are trying to do their best to fight this changes that they're trying to do, where it's even less restrictive for cellular companies to come in and go in certain locations without even local agencies such as a planning commission to even look at, frankly. It's got to be a slam dunk for them in some cases, and we're trying to fight that. Mr. Kramer and his group is certainly one of those that are very involved in that issue to ensure that we at least try to be heard from by the FCC, that we have our voice, and we're trying to fight it if we can. I would also encourage anybody, you and local residents, this is a federal matter that has taken over this. This is a federal issue that they have said, here's what we're going to be doing on this matter. Talk to your federal legislators, because frankly, we go blue in the face talking to them, and they have other people talk to them on the other side. And whatever your position is on it, certainly they need to hear your voice if you have a position one way or another on this.
Commissioner Ferris.
Thank you. I want to just ask, just to make sure you said that, the city takes it very seriously about whether we, the actual application meets the FCC guidelines for safety. And it's stated in the staff report, I'm just going to read this to see if you concur with it, is that this has been independently determined that the project as proposed will fully comply with the FCC's radio frequency safety standards at 47 CFR 1.1307 at ETSEQ. I have no idea what that's supposed to be. That's some legal thing, I think. Because of the antenna's installation height, Mr. Kramer stated that the only individuals that could potentially be affected by the radio emissions would be trained and authorized maintenance crews who perform work on the light standard at the height of the antennas. This type of exposure is permitted by FCC rules subject to a notification requirement, and that we've included a condition relating that. So the amount of RF emissions that meet the FCC standards is at safe levels for all people other than those people performing work on the antennas. Is that a correct statement?
Mr. Commissioner, to clarify your question, will the people working on the antennas be exposed to more emissions than would be allowed under the FCC standards?
I'm trying to interpret what is in our staff report, which basically I'm interpreting it as the amount of radio frequency emissions from this particular antenna is at safe levels at all places where people would be in the general area, with the exception of people performing maintenance on the antennas themselves. Is that a correct statement?
You're correct, sir.
Okay.
That's correct.
And because, that's basically, this is the evidence we need to know that this particular antenna meets the FCC requirements. We've got a report that states that those measurements are evaluated, and that's what we're looking at. Correct? Correct. Okay. And kind of pinging off of the commentary before, this is where it becomes difficult, because I think some of the concerns that local residents have regarding cell antenna sites, they look at the RF emission standards and they look on the internet and find papers and are concerned about those things. And by the federal law that authorizes the deployment of this, I believe is a 1996 law. Has it been changed significantly from that standpoint? So this was a law that Congress had approved for the rapid deployment of wireless technologies in local areas. And we're prohibited from using this information other than to understand whether it complies or not as a means and condition of denying an approval. Although we can look at other factors as to whether and that's why we have a resolution that states what those conditions are. But we have to also be careful that we don't start regulating by other means and making decisions that have the effect of denying wireless antenna technology.
Correct.
Because otherwise, I believe that the consequence we have for that is the city would become subject to a federal lawsuit and likely we'd lose.
That's a possibility, correct.
It's certainly a possibility. There's always possible we could win it. But that would likely be the scenario, is that certainly we would be subject to those suits. So we have to be careful about evaluating them on the basis that we have in front of us and the Resolution 97-197 that has helped guide us for 15 plus years.
That is correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
Thanks.
Any other questions of staff from the commissioners? Anything else from staff? Mr. May, Mr. Chua?
Yes, we'd like to address some of the questions from or statements about the above ground vents associated with this site. The representative in her letter says that flooding is a major concern for using above ground vents. However, the flooding issue in this town, in this particular case, should not be a major concern. The average rainfall for the city of Thousand Oaks is about 1.5 inches, which translates to about 1 gallon per acre per minute of rainfall. And the sump pump associated with these sites can handle about 30 gallons per minute. So it would handle rainfall and additional runoff. Also, in Appendix 1, the photo of the flooded underground vault is very different from the site that we're talking about here today. That site is built on the side of a road, and that road is crowned, which means that the water naturally flows towards the curb. And judging by the perspective of the tire in the background, the curb looks to be relatively shallow. So the water would pool there. That's not a problem here in this case. Other concerns that were raised in the letter were that Verizon's supplier could not get a warranty for the vault. We recommend that the city not consider that as a factor because it would not prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting wireless service to require above ground vents merely because the applicant could not obtain a warranty. And lastly, the letter also points to several examples, including one here in the city. The first example is Orchard Park. That park is different from this location because those above-ground vents would not be taking away publicly accessible space. The flush-mounted vents policy that the city has is aimed towards maximizing the public use of the public space like a park while accommodating secondary uses like wireless sites. Lastly, those other sites that are discussed in other cities, there's no federal law that requires this city to consider what other cities have required. So we recommend that the city not consider this persuasive evidence of granting a deviation from the city's policy of flush-mounted vents in this case.
Thank you, Mr. May. Any other questions of staff? Commissioners? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarification, Mr. May. When you're talking about maximizing the usable space of a park, That, I presume, is within the purview of, in this case, the park district or the landowner. They're looking out for their best interest and making sure that any potential impacts are going to be minimal to their future use of the facility. And this, if I remember right from walking the site, this is right next to a fence for the baseball diamond, which would be limited as far as any, I mean, you wouldn't be using it for a soccer field, for example. So that's between the landowner and the provider at this point, whether it be public or private, and really not our purview as part of the use. Is that correct?
The installation of vents for wireless sites is not controlled by the property owner. Actually, it's controlled by the city. We are the ones who set the standards as far as installations of vents. In this case, we don't think that the city should, the Planning Commission should support an above-ground vent just because of the reason that, one, it is right in the middle of the park. Secondly, next to a chain link fence like that, it may become a safety issue because of the fact that children would be throwing baseball, practicing catching on that side of the fence while they're waiting for their turn to hit or to bat or something else, and those vents would be right in the way of those activities. And when children are around, you know that accidents are prone to happen. At the same time, the vents are not serving any secondary purposes at this point. Now, if you look at the Borchard Park, like Tripp has stated, it is right out of the way, right next to the driveway, right next to the chain link fence, where nobody would, would utilize, aside from just going out there and messing around with the vents. So at this point, staff is not recommending that the above ground vents be approved. So, and that's all I have to say.
Commissioner Roundtree.
So let me change this direction to aesthetics of the above ground versus stacked. Quick question, when were the stacked ones installed at at Borchard Park there, right in the corner where you described?
I think it's either 2007 or 2006.
Okay. For whatever it's worth, I've been playing softball in that field for 24 years, and so let's just say the last 5 years they've been there. Until this case came up, I didn't know they were there, so you picked a great location. But the point is, I've now seen what they look like, okay? So if I took those and then compared them to these, which is just a picture of the T-Mobile flush-mounted, I'm just wondering, how is it that that's better looking than a stacked vent? Forget the water argument. That's legalese ping pong, okay? I'm looking at aesthetics. I'm a resident. I walk by something, and I'm either going to look at this or a stacked. How did we come to choose this? Again, based on aesthetics, not the drainage issue.
Okay, now this example for T-Mobile was installed next to a slope, so that's why it looks like this. Now, the reason why I put this picture earlier is because this is how a flush-mounted vent would normally look like, not the same as what you just showed. So, as far as vents are concerned, above ground vents, you have to remember that we have the potential, how many sites we have, how many carriers we have, and the potential of having them here. You're going to have vents all over the place if we allow 2 or 3 other sites here that have above ground vents, and they will be impeding. If you allow this one here, you're going to have to allow above ground vents for any future carrier that's going to come to this particular park.
Okay, maybe I can see your reasoning there. The other part of the question is where you have them placed now, next to the pole. You made a comment that they're in the middle of the park and it's taking away accessible space. I have to disagree with you on that one. I know you've walked the site and looked at it thoroughly. This is the opposite side of a first base fence, and quite frankly, if there's a 42-foot pole there and you put 2 other small stacks next to it, as opposed to something that resembles the above ground, aesthetically, I'd have to say I think I would rather pick a stacked one aesthetically versus the flush. And that's just my curiosity is how you came to that conclusion. Thank you.
Well, your curiosity as to how they came to that conclusion, is there an...
I think the result is that he's saying if we allow that here and then there's 2 more cell sites someplace else, either at this park or someplace else, we're liable to have more stacked throughout the city.
What I'm saying is that if you allow a stack here and another carrier, let's say Sprint, comes to the same park and said, I want the same thing that Verizon has, which is a vent stack, then you're going to end up with stacks in this area. Instead of just looking flat areas, you'll be looking at stacks of vents. As far as that is concerned, I mean, the staff is recommending that the mounts be flushed. However, it's in the Commission's purview to allow above ground vents for this purpose.
But, I'm sorry, Commissioner. Mr. Chua, you were talking about, if I heard you correctly, at Orchard Park we have stacked vents, but the reason that they make sense is because it's out of the way of parking, it's up into the corner, and this is a little bit more in the visible view shed of the park. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. It's towards the middle of the park. As you can see on your screen, if you look at it, it's right, the Orchard Park vents are right next to the fencing in the driveway entry, and it's not as visible as you can. If you're not aware of it, you won't probably see it.
As opposed to what we're looking at now is in the middle of the park, technically. Can we get a look at that proposed?
Yes, if I could just find that picture. It's not here. I apologize, but it's right here. So it's right next to the fence. I'm sorry, to the chain link fence where there's the red arrows.
Right,
It's really
right next to
small.
the ball field.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Staff, you good? All right, then I'd like to go to, and forgive me again, Thakur? You're going to have to help me. So for a final rebuttal, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Most of the questions...
Can you say your name and
sorry.
residence again, please?
Sonal Thakur, Brea, California.
Okay, thank you.
Most of the questions and comments that were raised both by the commission and the audience or the residents seem to have been answered, but in regards to EME emissions, Verizon Wireless complies with the permitted RF emissions from the FCC, and we operate well below what is permitted. In regards to the concern of having another facility or another carrier at this park, while T-Mobile is currently there, again, Verizon is a completely different carrier, so Verizon does need to be able to serve their customers. As far as co-locating on the same pole, as Mr. Chua had communicated, with additional carriers and all the wiring that needs to go through the pole, essentially to be able to structurally support all of the antennas and the appurtenances, the diameter of the pole would get wider, which I would imagine would be way more obtrusive to the park and the residents. Additionally, the various wireless carriers, in order to co-locate on the same pole, they have a vertical separation that needs to be maintained between the antennas. So that would mean that Verizon Wireless would need to be at a lower, what we call rad center, and that would not allow the RF engineer to meet his objectives to provide coverage and capacity to this area. The other comment that was made by a few of the residents was the fact that they were concerned that their property values would be lowered. From an aesthetics argument, the fact that we're adding a radome would help conceal those antennas, and in fact, these residents even stated they were unaware of this T-Mobile facility being at the park. So I think from an aesthetic standpoint, with the radome and the design to conceal the antennas, it's successful in what the city wants as far as a facility that's unobtrusive. The other comment in regards to the above ground vents, utilizing valuable space in the park, as it's in the middle, Verizon would argue that, again, this vault and these vent stacks are up against a chain link fence right next to the light standard, so that space would be unusable to begin with. We are not removing any additional space that could be utilized. And from an aesthetic standpoint, there's meter pedestals throughout the park. I don't believe that these two above ground vent stacks are unsightly. They're no more than 3 feet high, as seen in the example at Borchardt Park. And there was a comment that was also, or rather a question that was brought up by Commissioner Roundtree in regards to the decibel levels, I believe. And Verizon could provide the city with the equipment specs for the equipment associated with the facility. We would comply with what the noise element requires, and the city would confirm that as well. The other comment to go back about wasting usable space, as was brought up, the CRPD has reviewed this design. They have approved the location where we're proposing to put the vaulted equipment as well as the vent stacks. And I believe that CRPD would, maybe not from an aesthetic standpoint, but would have a better idea of what space should be used for future recreation and what would impede their recreational activities. That concludes my presentation. I can answer any other questions.
Any questions of the applicant? Commissioner Ferris.
Just one quick question. You're leasing the space from CRPD, correct?
Correct.
So they're approving it because they're going to get cash.
This is correct. However, they can still make comments in regards to the aesthetics and placement of the facility.
Of course, and
Sure.
I understand that. I just, they're in a position that they would like to have the lease. So when you ask, can we have stacks instead of flush mounts, I can see where they might be more agreeable to your position. Thanks.
Did you see, did I miss something? Did I see something where CRPD was leaning more towards stacks than flush mounts?
No, I'm just making the assumption that
okay.
There's a lease agreement that they would be, if they say, look, we'll lease it
if we do that,
we
I
like
get
the stacks.
I get that.
I'm sure they would be happy with that.
Sure. Okay. Any other Commissioner Roundtree?
Yeah, I have a question for you. Are you getting a lot of complaints from customers that we have lousy service around the park, and people have been calling, sending letters, phone calls that we don't have enough coverage to finally get Verizon to say, yes, we are definitely going to be putting a new cell site someplace real soon? I mean, or did you just figure out this is what we might need for future business given certain demographies?
It's a little bit of both. Verizon will get calls from customers complaining about lack of coverage, dropped calls, whatever those issues may be. Additionally, the RF engineers, have their databases that would show where there's a lacking coverage or lack of capacity. This site specifically, more so than providing coverage, will help solve capacity issues. And specifically what that means, there's existing facilities in the surrounding area, and they can only handle a certain demand of calls for calls, high-speed data, whatever the customers are utilizing their phones for. After it reaches that capacity, now calls get dropped, and that facility cannot work at optimal levels. So now having this additional facility will help take off some of the burden from these other facilities.
That answer your question? Commissioners? Anything else you'd like to add?
Not at this time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have one more question of staff. This is the first time in dealing with the cell site issues that I heard about a complaint about the noise from the underground vault. Have we ever had any complaints from residences on that or in the past?
I can remember one particular instance back in 2009, I think. This is the YMCA location at the 4015 Moore Park Road, where the AC units were installed above ground, and no wall was provided around the area, and there was noise that can be heard from surrounding property, which is probably about 50 feet away on the other side. This used to be that nursery.
Right.
The nursery left, they took out everything, and then what you have left was an exposed AC unit, which created the noise. This was like 2 or 3 years after the site was approved. Now, AT&T has since corrected this
so
issue.
that was mitigated.
Right. Now, the other thing about noise is that the limited knowledge that I have about noise is that it dissipates significantly as distance goes, as it goes further. I have stood next to underground vaults with flush venting, and I could tell you that yes, you can hear noise, but this is not enough noise that can be heard 380 feet away. You probably will not hear this standing just at the edge of the park alone.
And what's our closest resident to this?
Based on our GIS, I've measured it around 380 feet.
Okay.
Safe to say 360.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. I'm sorry, ma'am, that time has passed. That's what speaker cards and statement cards are for. Oh, I should notice before I close the public hearing that we do have 9 written statement cards, all opposed. And looking through most of this, it deals with mostly health and aesthetics. And but there are 9 statement cards that are opposed to the project. Oh, I do have to do that? God, you keep changing the rules on me. I'm sorry. I have to go back to the applicant before I close the hearing. Do you have anything else you'd like to say? Because I went back to staff. Do you have anything you need? We're good? Okay, you see. Now I can go ahead and officially close the hearing and ask for commission discussion and a motion. Commissioner Reynolds, yes.
Other than a neighbor going against a neighbor, this is my second most favorite thing to do. For some reason, I have the concerns of the neighbors, and it bothers me that people feel that way when we don't have our hands are tied on things. And I don't have any findings to oppose this project. Maybe in the future there'll be reports that the RFs do cause really health problems. And I know people every time come down to talk about it. Usually they quote the French study. I think that's one that we used to hear about so much. And I've been doing this for 9 years, and I was on the county planning before that and approving, but we approved trees, fake trees, not poles. And I just, it's always hard for me to sit here and to listen, because I can understand where the people are coming from. Their first concern not only is the equity in their home, but is the health, and especially health of children. But I can't find any findings to oppose this. And I have to agree with the city and the staff with their findings for the fence of the staff. So,
would you like
if you'd like, I
would you like to make a motion on that then?
I move to approve SUP 2013-70291, including condition 5, and with the findings and conditions as in the staff report.
Motion's on the floor. Any comments from commissioners? Commissioner Ferris?
Yeah, I guess subject to any discussion regarding Condition 5, because that's probably the other thing that might get talked about. But I share the identical concerns of these. I'll have to tell you, I've coming into Planning Commission hearings, these are the ones that are the most difficult for me to come through. The reason why they are at the Planning Commission, based on my understanding of the history, is that the federal law came through in 1996. That basically gave an open season for wireless carriers to go into local jurisdictions and say, give me my cell tower, I want it where I want it. And local jurisdictions were trying to figure out what they could actually do. City, my understanding is they put a moratorium on approving any wireless. In fact, there was a specific application. They really wanted to push it through. They said, okay, and I can't remember if in North Branch, in Westlake. Basically put a year-long moratorium on approving any of them until we had regulations in place to allow us to regulate them from the aesthetics and the concerns for residents, but still be compliant with the federal law. And that's where 97-197 comes in. I started on the Planning Commission in '99, so I know you've done 6 of them. I've probably done the same 6 over the past term here, but I've done a lot before that. And you're right, a lot of the concerns that come up are very, very similar. Not that they're not concerning to residents, but it becomes very challenging for us to deal with things, especially an RF or health issue. I've voted against some of them based upon one of the key things we have is an alternative sites analysis. They need to not come with the antenna they want, but they need to look at others in the neighboring area that meets their needs and say this is actually the best one. I've looked at the alternative sites analysis. It does appear to me to be in line with the expectations for the resolution. It looks at other sites which could work, but it turns out this one is the best one. And you know, and I'm a scientist, so I understand the RF emission standpoint. I deal with this pretty much on an everyday basis at work, and it's tough, I think, for people if they don't see it. It's something that provides uncertainty to them, so they get concerned. People may very well be getting more RF emission concerns with respect to holding the cell phone up to their head, because the antenna inside the cell phone re-radiates the energy. And that may very well be providing more health concerns just on using it. And so, yeah, so some people use the earbuds and stuff to be able to keep it away from the brain. But these are hard matters. And so I'm empathetic to the concerns that people have on it. But I agree with Commissioner Reynolds. The findings are consistent with the resolutions that we have as city policy, and for that reason, I support the motion.
Along with condition number 5 as it sits now, or do you want to discuss that later?
I have no problem with it, but I'd like to hear what you
okay. No, you can't, ma'am, I'm sorry. Ma'am, please. Ma'am, can I get some assistance? Can I get some assistance here, please? You know, I mean, we have a system. We have a system, the way things work. I'm going to have you removed from the lobby. I'm sorry if I can get some assistance. And you know, can we? Thank you, sir. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Nichols, do you have any comments?
Yeah. I just want to thank you folks for coming, because like I said, I've been in that same position. I've got a cell tower almost in my backyard. And we do feel, if I could finish my comments, please.
All right, now let me get one thing clear. We have a way that the meeting is run, and we have statement cards. We don't need any comments from the audience right now. We have the opportunity. We've gotten all the information. That's the way it works. And so, please, if you can let Commissioner Nichols and Commissioner Roundtree finish what they need to say, then we got to make our decision. But I don't want any more comment from the audience, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I just want to thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts. I have similar sentiments, because like I said, I've been in that same position before, and I do feel somewhat held to oblige not only our city policies but also the federal regulations. I would like to think that they're watching out for our best interest. I'm not always convinced of that, but nonetheless, we have the regulations that we need to adhere to. And with the findings that we're presented with and the way that we have conducted this hearing, I would also support that because it meets the findings, not necessarily because I like the idea, but because it does meet the findings. You do have your options if you don't like the decision of the commission, and Mr. Trappell will explain that at the conclusion.
Thank you, Commissioner Nichols. Commissioner Roundtree, any comments?
Well, I wish I could provide more insight than what you all have done so eloquently. Thank you. It's frustrating. Hands are tied, and there's nothing else I'm going to be able to do today to convince you to try to continue a meeting because it simply kicks the can down the road. I've done that a couple times as well. So if I said to write to your congressman, sounds like a very generic and sugar-coated term, but I will tell you, when it comes to federal regulations, we are reminded on this commission that there are things outside of our jurisdiction. And so we end up becoming the focal point of frustration. And all I can say is, like Commissioner Nichols said, we were once sitting where you were, trying to make a difference. So I do appreciate the fact that you're here, but for this particular case, it kind of has a life of its own at this period of time.
Thank you, Commissioner Roundtree. And I have to add my same sentiments. These are the most difficult, as Commissioner Reynolds said, unless it's a neighbor against a neighbor, these are the most difficult decisions to absolutely make. But the truth of the matter is that the findings find for the ability to move the cell site forward. And I'm going to support the motion with condition 5, unless the commission feels they want to discuss that further. I think Borchard Park has a different array as to where those stacks are as compared to where this particular park is. So I would agree that we move with the flush mounts as the staff has placed in the conditions. All right, Commissioner Ferris.
Just one quick thing. I mean, the residents might be interested to know they have the right to appeal, but then again, Verizon may very well be appealing it themselves because they don't like condition 5.
That's absolutely true.
Stay tuned. Who knows where this all ends up going.
That's right, and I will make that statement at the close of the vote. So, any other comments?
The last comment I will make is that if we do a flush mounting, that I will be personally inspecting it because I jog by that a lot to make sure it's similar to the pictures that have been described to us tonight.
Okay, great. Thanks, Commissioner Roundtree. Commissioner Reynolds.
And I know that we have voted against some of the towers because we felt that another location was better. So we don't always vote for them because by federal law we have to vote. We have denied them because we felt that they had not done their homework and found an alternate site.
That's correct.
That's all.
All right, with that, no other comments. Please vote on the motion.
Motion passed 5-0.
Okay, and with everybody still present and anybody listening, there is a 10-day right of appeal to the Community Development Department that will go to council. So there is an action you can take on our decision this evening. And once again, I want to thank you all for, participating and coming down here. It is really important to us to have you here. And with that, I'll go to Community Development Department reports and referrals. Mr. Shepard.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to kind of go over a couple of items of upcoming Planning Commission agendas. The note of reference, the November 4th meeting is being canceled, actually. We did have a couple of items up tentatively for that night. However, the applicants are not prepared to move forward, so kind of clears that agenda on the 4th completely. So the next meeting will actually be November 18th, and just wonder 18th of November for 2013. That's 2014. I'm sorry. So again, Chair, when the when the meeting is adjourned tonight, you would actually be adjourning it to November 18th. We have 4 items actually up for the meeting of the 18th. We have a beer and wine on-site consumption request for Pizzeria La Piccola, on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. We have another wireless site with Verizon in the Caneo Community Park. And then we have 2 items for the City of Thousand Oaks is actually bringing forward. One is a land use amendment to the general plan over on Caneo Center Drive and Caneo Spectrum Drive in the specific plan Area 7, which also has a specific plan amendment. This is the Rancho Caneo specific plan area. This is a land area that has a bit of history to it. It was actually a set-aside area for potential affordable housing component there, and the direction from the applicants are actually to change it out to industrial use again. So that item will be coming up to the commissioners on the 18th of November.
Any city council items? Or
actually, yes, tomorrow night there's 2 elements of the general plan that are going forward to the council. The commission had reviewed first on September 9th. The commission reviewed the open space element. It's going forward to the city council tomorrow night, and the conservation element is also going to the council tomorrow night. And that does it.
Okay. And thank you very much, Mr. Shepard. I'm looking for approval for minutes of the Planning Commission and resolutions for the Planning Commission from the meeting of September 9th, 2013. Commissioner Reynolds?
I move approval of the minutes and the resolutions of our meeting September 9th, 2013.
Please vote.
Motion passed 4-0 with Chair Turpel not voting, or voting no.
Well, I meant to hit the abstention button.
Oh, okay. With Chair Turpel abstaining.
Okay, thank you so much. Any AB 1234 reports? Oh, Commissioner Nichols?
Yes, the League of California Cities Convention in Sacramento, California, in this September. I attended.
And Mr. Chair, I was also at that same League of Cities meeting in September up there, Sacramento.
Okay, very good. Thank you. How was it?
Very good, very informative. A nice wide array of topics, a lot of interaction. Very, very, very informative.
Great, great.
And as my son said, well, if you're into that kind of thing.
I get that. Any commission comments? Commissioner Nichols.
I did have to make just a comment on an observation I made this last week. If you've been reading the paper, you've probably seen a lot of articles about the Lynn Road project and the cars versus pedestrians versus bicycles and kind of a tit for tat going back and forth. And as I was waiting at a red light at the intersection of Herbs and Hillcrest, which I go through on a regular basis, as well as many bicycles, especially on a Saturday, and this was on a Saturday, there was a group of about 150 bicycles that went through. And the light turned red, and they just kept coming. And the cars are trying to get through and inching through. The very last rider stopped at the red light. And so I was kind of, yeah, for you. But I thought that's the example of the type of thing that frustrates the car drivers. And then if the bicyclists are going to say, well, we follow rules, well, this is the example that we're witnessing. So a word to the bicyclists, if you want to be acting like a car, be following the car rules. And if not, be walking your bike along the sidewalk. But that's the type of thing they feel like with the mass numbers, they can just ignore the rules. So that, I think, is more the issue of what people are concerned about rather than, yeah, the construction's an issue right now because the road's all torn up. But when all is said and done, if everyone follows the rules, we won't have this, tit for tat. So, take heed.
No, and I think that's right, because that happens at four-way stops, even with single riders sometimes, and we all see that. So I'm sure that that's the rubbing edge. But in any event, any other Commissioner Reynolds?
And I don't think you know that I have sat on the Bicycle Advisory Team Committee for years, because as a traffic commissioner, I help with the Bicycle Master Plan, and I'm probably the only non-rider that's on the committee, and all the clubs and the people that own the bicycle shops are on this committee. And I'm very, very vocal because I live at a street with a stop sign right there, and I have almost hit, I don't know how many people that come straight down La Granada and go through the stop sign. And the bicyclist kind of just passed me off. So I'm very glad to hear you say that, because I worry, not because they're running the stop sign, but they can be harmed so much. And if you see an adult do it, I worry that a child will do it. So anyway, thank you, Commissioner Nichols.
You're not going to say anything?
And I sit on that committee as a representative from the Planning Commission, so whenever I go off, somebody else gets to do it.
Commissioner Ferris just volunteered.
I am not entering this debate at all.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for your time. I'm going to go ahead and adjourn to November 18th, 2013. Have a good evening, and thank you very much.
Get with the program.
The program?
Yeah, the Nike Reuse a Shoe program. That's where people can clean out their closets and bring all their old athletic shoes to any one of the approved sites for recycling. You see, instead of going to a landfill, they get ground up and used to make brand new athletic surfaces, like soccer fields, basketball courts, and running tracks. It's good for the environment and benefits the whole community as well.
Gosh, so how can I find out more?
Just call the City of Thousand Oaks at 805-449-SAVE. Or look them up on the web at www.toaks.org. Perkins, I know you're a team player, so get back in the game with the Nike Reuse a Shoe program.
Okay, Coach, I'm out of here.
Ah, that kid. He may not be MVP, but he's a real contributor.
was in another unbalanced relationship. I could borrow anything I wanted from my library unless it was in the reference section or nailed down. And what was I giving back? It was unhealthy. Now I've joined Friends of Libraries. I'm helping them raise money for children's summer reading programs, author events, computers. I feel good. Join your Friends of Libraries chapter. Just call your local library and they'll tell you how. This message is brought to you by Friends of Libraries USA. If you haven't been to the library lately, you're overdue.
you ready to adopt? Are you ready to adopt an oak tree?
Oh, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me.
What do you think of it? Is it good? You love that one? That's a good one, isn't it? It looks great. Honor someone special by naming an oak tree in their honor or memory while helping to preserve 15,000 acres of Thousand Oaks open space. There are 4 oak tree adoption categories, from a donor name plaque that is displayed at the Civic Arts Plaza for all theater patrons to see, to individual recognition by the Thousand Oaks City Council. Once adopted, your oak tree will be cared for by the city or Caneo Recreation and Park District landscapers, depending on the location of the tree. Proceeds from your donation help to preserve and acquire additional open space in Thousand Oaks. If you would like to adopt an oak tree, call the City of Thousand Oaks or check out the city's website at toaks.org.
Name a monkling.
Adopt an oak tree today and help preserve our open space for generations to come.
The number one problem that we have
is people wandering continuously. As we're trying to locate them, they're continuing to move further and further away from our location. Today we're looking for Trevor. He's 8 years old. He's got brown hair. He's about 52 inches tall. He's wearing a red t-shirt, short brown pants, tennis shoes. Medina and Holden, we're going to start on the east end and work in. And then Alarcon and Bachelor, you two are going to start at the Los Robles trailhead, and you're going to work up so that we cover the perimeter. Okay, grab your gear and let's get going. So the idea is to teach them to stay put in one spot and to remain calm so that we can find them quicker.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
Oftentimes when children become frightened and they hear searchers calling their name or calling for them, they think that they're in trouble.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
And it's important to educate them that they're not in trouble, that we're there to help them, we're their friends, and that if they hear their name being called, to yell out as loud as they can. It's a good idea anytime you go on a hike to carry a whistle with you, and also the whistle is obviously to signal rescuers so that we can locate you. It's easy to hear the whistle. The animals that you'll find in this area will not hurt you. If you hear things, not to be frightened, make a lot of noise, and chances are they're more afraid of you and they're going to run away. But what you might think is an animal may be one of us coming to find you, and if you remain quiet, we're not going to hear or see you. Make yourself large. Oftentimes we use helicopters to locate our subjects from the air, and they can't see somebody who's standing straight up or standing in the bushes. If you hear a helicopter overhead, it's important to step out into an open area away from the tree and lay down on the ground and spread your arms and legs out, make yourself as big as possible so that you're visible from the air. There's a lot of people out looking for you, and that when you hear people calling your name, not to be frightened, you're not in trouble. Those are just a lot of people that care about you.
What happened?
Are you okay? You been lost? You're not hurt or anything, right?
And they're out there to help find you, so bring you home safely.
Preventing thefts and burglaries from vehicles can be as simple as removing the valuables from your car and locking the door. Thieves use a variety of methods to get into cars. First and foremost, they're going to target the cars that are left unlocked. Other methods they use might be a Slim Jim or some kind of pry tool. They may even use a rock or a brick from your yard. One method that you wouldn't have thought of is a simple porcelain chip like this. Best way to avoid being a victim of this kind of crime: lock your car, but also remove the valuables before you go inside. For more information, contact our Crime Prevention Bureau at the Thousand Oaks Police Department. Thank you.
Los Robles Greens, located in beautiful Thousand Oaks. Overlooking the breathtaking 18th hole, the strikingly designed banquet and community center is the perfect atmosphere to host weddings, receptions, banquets, corporate meetings, and any other special events. Whether it's formal or casual, the staff at Los Robles is committed to providing you with everything necessary to make yours an event to always remember. Los Robles Greens. To book our banquet facilities, visit us online at losroblesgreens.com.
this what comes to mind when you think of public transportation? Thousand Oaks Transit is new, improved, and ready to serve you more than ever. TOT uses clean-burning and low-polluting natural gas buses, complete with bike racks, spacious seating, and bilingual drivers. TOT services are offered Thousand Oaks, Newbury Park, and Westlake area with convenient stops at the City Transportation Center, Civic Arts Plaza, and many shopping centers. So pick up a bus schedule to find a convenient route near you. Next time you need to be somewhere local, let TOT do the driving for you. Thousand Oaks Transit. We're going places. Tired of high gas prices? Thousand Oaks Transit is here to help you. We operate Monday through Friday, serving Thousand Oaks, Newbury Park, and the Westlake area. Save big money and give TOT a ride. Thousand Oaks Transit. We're going places.
Is your business ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to assist my community in the face of a disaster. I'm aware of the local hazards that could affect my business, and I have an emergency business plan.
We're a movement towards a culture of business preparedness. I have secured our office equipment and improved the security on all of our computers. My employees know what to do before, during, and after disaster.
We are taking steps to be proactive, not reactive. My business is registered with the BC Alert notifications, and I've reviewed my insurance policy with my agent.
I'm ready because I went to readyventuracounty.org.
Get a kit. Make a plan. Be informed today. Learn how at readyventuracounty.org.
Los Robles Greens, located in beautiful Thousand Oaks. Overlooking the breathtaking 18th hole, the strikingly designed banquet and community center is the perfect atmosphere to host weddings, receptions, banquets, corporate meetings, and any other special events. Whether it's formal or casual, the staff at Los Robles is committed to providing you with everything necessary to make yours an event to always remember. Los Robles Greens. To book our banquet facilities, visit us online at losroblesgreens.com.
this what comes to mind when you think of public transportation? Thousand Oaks Transit is new, improved, and ready to serve you more than ever. TOT uses clean burning and low polluting natural gas buses, complete with bike racks, spacious seating, and bilingual drivers. TOT services are offered Thousand Oaks, Newbury Park, and Westlake area with convenient stops at the City Transportation Center, Civic Arts Plaza, and many shopping centers. So pick up a bus schedule to find a convenient route near you. Next time you need to be somewhere local, let TOT do the driving for you. Thousand Oaks Transit. We're going places. Tired of high gas prices? Thousand Oaks Transit is here to help you. We operate Monday through Friday, serving Thousand Oaks, Newbury Park, and the Westlake area. Save big money and give TOT a ride. Thousand Oaks Transit. We're going places.
business ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to assist my community in the face of a disaster. I'm aware of the local hazards that could affect my business, and I have an emergency business plan.
We are in movement towards a culture of business preparedness. I have secured our office equipment and improved the security on all of our computers. My employees know what to do before, during, and after disaster.
We are taking steps to be proactive, not reactive. My business is registered with the BC Alert Notifications, and I've reviewed my insurance policy with my agent.
I'm ready because I went to readyventuracounty.org.
Get a kit. Make a plan. Be informed today. Learn how at readyventuracounty.org.
If you live in the high-risk wildfire areas of Southern California, known as the urban interface, you also live with the year-round possibility of a wildland brush fire.
Southern California Fire Chiefs urge you to take personal responsibility and prepare now for this year's fire season. A new program can help. It's called Ready, Set, Go.
To get ready, a free wildfire action plan will help teach you to better prepare your home to be more fire resistant.
Are you set? When fire weather is predicted, monitor your local news for updates and prepare yourself and your family by having a disaster plan and checklist.
When the fire comes, don't wait for your local police officers to give you an evacuation order. Leave early and let your local firefighters work to save your home.
For your free copy of the Ready, Set, Go Wildfire Action Plan, visit your local fire department's website or your local fire station.
Free mulch is available to the residents of Thousand Oaks. This combination of leaves and wood chips helps maintain moisture and prevents weed growth. Bring a shovel and some sturdy plastic bags to the Goebel Senior Adult Center, located at 1385 East Jans Road. For more information, please dial 805-449-SAVE.
Coach?
It's time to get back in the game.
I don't know, Coach. I feel kinda worn out.
Yeah, kid, I've noticed. That's why you need to get with the program.
The program?
Yeah, the Nike Reuse a Shoe program. That's where people can clean out their closets and bring all their old athletic shoes to any one of the approved sites for recycling. You see, instead of going to a landfill, they get ground up and used to make brand new athletic surfaces, like soccer fields, basketball courts, and running tracks. It's good for the environment and benefits the whole community as well.
Gosh, so how can I find out more?
Just call the City of Thousand Oaks at 805-449-SAVE. Or look them up on the web at www.toaks.org. Perkins, I know you're a team player, so get back in the game with the Nike Reuse a Shoe program.
Okay, Coach, I'm out of here.
That kid. He may not be MVP, but he's a real contributor.
There I was in another unbalanced relationship. I could borrow anything I wanted from my library unless it was in the reference section or nailed down. And what was I giving back? It was unhealthy. Now I've joined Friends of Libraries. I'm helping them raise money for children's summer reading programs, author events, computers. I feel good. Join your Friends of Libraries chapter. Just call your local library and they'll tell you how. This message is brought to you by Friends of Libraries USA. If you haven't been to the library lately, you're overdue.
Hey, welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look
At all things NASA. Oh, that's gonna leave a mark. Up next, NASA Edge.
On TOTV, government television for the city of Thousand Oaks.
You're looking live at the Ares 1-X rocket on pad 39B at NASA Kennedy Space Center. You're watching NASA Edge. Hey, welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
In a new format, we're actually live today for the very first time.
And unscripted.
Which is normal.
Which is scary because you being live and unscripted at the same time scares me and Jackie.
Editing usually saves them.
Yes, among other things. And who knew it'd be dark at 7 a.m., by the way?
That's right. And in fact, for those of you out there who have never heard of NASA Edge, NASA Edge is a unscripted video podcast that takes an inside and outside look at all things NASA. And Jackie, why don't you tell them how to access the podcast?
All you have to do is go to www.nasa.gov/NASA Edge. You can also download the episodes on iTunes.
Which I recommend, by the way.
And on the show today, if you want to send in a question, you can send a question about Ares 1-X or NASA in general to nasalearn@gmail.com, or if you're a Twitter fan, just Twitter to NASA_Edge.
And we are monitoring Twitter closely because we want to get all those questions in throughout the show and throughout the day leading up to the launch.
Actually, let's go ahead and get started with the show, and I'd like to introduce Michelle Farabee. She is the Aerospace Education Services Project.
How you doing, Michelle?
Good morning.
So what is ASP all about?
It's all about teachers and students. It's all about 22 educators at all NASA centers that are doing educator professional development and student programs in all the 50 states and U.S. territories.
Now, there's 10 NASA centers throughout the country?
Yes.
Okay.
And we're bringing exciting programs, robotics programs, bringing that NASA content, getting into the hands of students and teachers so that we can inspire our next generation of explorers so that we can go to moon and then on to Mars.
Now, are these trained, they're the trained NASA educators that will go out into the schools to work with the teachers and the students?
Yes,
Okay.
Exactly.
And so kids today actually in the schools might be watching this program right now, being inspired.
Exactly.
So don't listen to me, listen to everyone else so that you can be inspired, because this is an incredible event we have here today with Ares 1-X.
Now, how do, as a teacher, let's say I'm a high school teacher. Actually, I am a former high school teacher. How do I contact an ASP educator to come to my school?
Well, you can do it different ways. One way, of course, is to go to the NASA website, to nasa.gov/education, and find AESP. Also, a lot of our education specialists go out to the schools and reach out to the science supervisors and the math coordinators within all the school systems.
And this is a free program?
It's a free program, and what else can I say?
Can you get like special credit if you're not doing well in one of your math classes and you get signed up? Can you get some help, like me, maybe?
Well, you know, some of the teachers might on the side for a small fee give you a little bit of tutoring.
I represented all the tutoring opportunities in the school system, that's for sure.
Right, but this is the front line. This program is actually the largest, the longest running K-12 program in NASA.
Oh, wow.
It's been in existence for almost 50 years.
Wow. 50 years?
50 years.
You remember that 50 years
So
ago?
you target all teachers K through 12?
We target all teachers K through 12, and starting 2 years ago, actually, we started working with pre-service teachers that are still in college, third and fourth year college students, to try to get them used to using some of the NASA content before they hit the classrooms.
What kind of NASA content do you talk to them about?
Everything, for example, anything associated with Ares 1X, for example.
Nice.
We have programs surrounding LCROSS.
Oh, yeah.
What has impacted them in?
Exactly.
Right, and they were actually looking at some real data in some classrooms when that happened, I believe.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So pretty much you stay up with all the current NASA topics and the current NASA missions.
Yes,
in the
that's
program.
that's correct. So people like you, the education public outreach people that are working in the mission directorates, our educators stay in touch with you all and talk to the scientists and engineers to try to make sure that a lot of the public outreach information is also usable in the classrooms. We have lesson plans and curricula that are aligned with the national and the state standards, and we'll actually tailor our workshops to the needs of the particular schools that we go on and try to support.
So it benefits everybody, basically.
It benefits everybody.
And what better way to get real content, real data that you're using in the classroom? So when that student goes up to the teacher and says, "Well, I have to learn about algebra or about physics or chemistry," I mean, we can answer those questions.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
Do you find that the teachers are just as excited as the students?
They really are. They really are. And we want to try to come up with some new programs to try to get the teachers more immersed in what the engineers and scientists actually do, so that they know more about why the students are learning, as opposed to just going in and just having to do the rote teaching.
That's cool.
Well, Michelle, we want to thank you so much for being here today. We have to take a quick break, and when we do, we'll be back with Jill Marlowe, who's her title.
She
it's
is
a long
the
title.
deputy director for the Systems Engineering Directorate at NASA Langley
At
Research
NASA
Center.
Langley. And we'll actually be talking with her and coming back with questions.
Cool. Thanks, Michelle.
Well, thank you. Go Aries 1X.
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think he's going to want to see a license and registration.
Well, we don't have a license and registration for a test article.
Well, look, see if we can find something. Maybe we can find Mike Gernhardt's thesis for this system.
Oh no, here he comes.
Well, let me do the talking.
Hello, officer.
Sir, do you know how fast you were going?
Hi, officer. You need here on Earth or on the moon?
Sierra 3 dispatch, I've got a runner. Looks like we're going to make a left on 5th Street.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't have used the co-host as your character witness.
Well, you're certainly right about that.
Come on, let's get this place cleaned up.
You bet.
We're back with NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA, and as you've just witnessed an aspect of the live production where I wasn't paying attention to what was going on.
Yeah, but that's okay. It's the first time we've done this, so we'll see how
I actually
it goes.
was watching the live feed on the computer, which is slightly delayed, so I got a little distracted. But it won't happen again, because with live programming, you actually learn.
That's true.
So I'm learning on the job.
Well, let's get to the meat of the program today, the Ares 1-X launch. And this is going to be an exciting launch today, hopefully.
Absolutely.
And that the weather holds out, because for the first time, we have a different vehicle on Pad 39B other than shuttle.
Right.
Which is
In a long time.
Which is amazing in and of itself. I mean, it's been since Saturn launched.
That's right.
On it. So it's been over 30 years at least.
This is actually my very first launch ever. Not to mention the fact that I've never known another vehicle, so this is extremely historical.
For Jackie.
For me.
For everybody. That's
Program,
right.
absolutely.
And in fact, we have an expert to my left. We have Jill Marlowe, who is the Deputy Director for the Systems Engineering Directorate at NASA Langley Research Center, which we're based out of.
That's right.
And Jill, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here.
It's pretty cool to talk to an engineer who's actually worked on the rocket.
You want to touch me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about that a little bit. Let's talk about that, because you were intimately involved in this project coming along. So how does it feel to be right here on the brink of the launch?
You have no idea. I mean, this has been 3 years in the making for so much of the team. I was privileged to be a part of it for a short time, but it's like you just said, this is so historic. This is the birth of a whole new human space transportation system. And the kids who are in school today probably won't even remember shuttle. They'll remember this. And anybody who's watching will get to say they were there from the very beginning. This is the first test flight leading up to a whole new series of rockets to get people to space.
And for the fans out there, we actually have a pretty cool animation that we're going to show you on how the Ares 1X rocket will launch. And Jill, let's take a look at the animation and kind of run through what's going on here.
Very good. So there's our rocket. It's 327 feet tall, 32 stories. It was made all over the country, sliced up like a hot dog and then integrated together, which is no small feat in and of itself. And here it is blasting off. There's a little maneuver to kick it away from the tower to avoid damaging the tower. That plume is really powerful. And now it's completing its liftoff maneuver, which is one of the most intense parts of the flight. Now here on ascent, one of our flight objectives is to show that we can actually control this new rocket configuration, and it's executing about 4 different maneuvers where we basically steer the rocket in a known way and then see if the rocket will react exactly the way we thought it would. And now it's coming up on its 130,000 feet, where we'll actually separate the booster from the CM-LAS and the upper stage, the upper parts of the rocket.
Can we pause the video for a second, Ron? Now I got a question. Now this saw first stage separation. Now
yes,
where are those thruster firings down towards the end of the
back end of the rocket?
Back end of the rocket?
Well, there's actually 2 different sets of little rockets back there. There's the booster tumble motors and the booster deceleration motors. The big ones that we saw fire just a couple of seconds ago are the booster deceleration motors, and their whole purpose is to actually slow down the booster so that the rest of it can continue on and they won't come into recontact, which would be bad. And then the ones that you can see frozen on the screen right now are the booster tumble motors. You see they're only on one side, and it actually helps the rocket to spin in a certain way as it tumbles.
And we'll see that in a few seconds.
And you'll see that in a few seconds, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead
that's very important to know, because you're wanting to control that landing, but not so for the first stage.
That's right.
Or
that's
upper
right.
stage.
The upper stage and the tip of the rocket will tumble into the Atlantic and break up, and we'll see that in a minute on the animation.
Okay, let's go ahead and continue the animation if we can.
There it goes. So those little rockets are causing it to tumble.
Gotcha.
And actually, it's a carefully designed tumble. If it doesn't slow down and tumble exactly right, our parachutes won't open.
Okay.
And if the parachutes won't open, it won't stay intact and we won't be able to recover the booster, which is another one of our primary test objectives.
And we learned all that during the shuttle, so we know how to reuse these
That's right. And actually,
SRBs.
That's right. And this one is actually assembled from pieces of prior SRBs from 30 different shuttle flights.
Wow.
Wow.
Now this upper stage...
It's like a big Lego set that you kind of...
now the upper stage,
Just like
the crew module and the launch abort system will just fall into the Atlantic Ocean. It's a mass simulator.
Yes, that's exactly right. And it's actually designed to break up out there.
Okay.
Are there any eyewitnesses that we have planned to see it happen, to monitor that? Or?
You know, I don't actually know if we're monitoring where it goes in visually, what you mean.
Well,
No.
because it's a fine line. I mean, you want to be safe, but that's going to be coming in without a parachute. So,
Well, the range is cleared, so it's clearly safe.
We see the parachutes deploying for
right, that was
the first
pilot.
stage.
Yeah, that was the pilot chute, and here come the main chutes, and they'll fully inflate in just a second.
Now, since this solid rocket booster is a 5-segment solid rocket booster, as opposed to shuttle uses a 4-segment, the parachutes on this particular SRB are much bigger than the ones from the shuttle.
Yeah, and there it goes. It's coming on in, and it just ejected the nozzle, and now we'll get to see it land, and look, it's completely intact. Isn't it nice when simulations work?
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
It is very cool.
We got to get a job where we can get some scuba gear and go and actually
I know.
retrieve that.
Those guys have a cool job,
Well,
don't they?
so they really do, right afterwards, send divers in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as familiar with the operations segment, but I do know that demonstrating the recovery of this is one of our primary test objectives. This is a whole new era in the way we're doing things, and not only is it new technically from a rocket perspective, but we're also doing a lot that's new operations-wise. So, for example, right now in the firing room is a much smaller group of folks that are right there on console to launch this rocket than you ever saw on shuttle, and just that whole process is a new thing that we're also testing out.
Well, it seems to me like that's going to accelerate things. Like in the Apollo days, we're breaking new ground and just sort of learning as we go. And now it seems like we're going to be able to take the benefit of that program with the shuttle program and sort of combine the two in the new program.
Absolutely.
And get further faster.
Well, we're always trying to leverage everything that we've learned before and make good use of it as we go forward. We don't have to relearn things we already know.
Well,
that's good.
Being an engineer, of course, as an engineer, you're very interested in data.
I'm very interested in data.
I mean, because that's your whole... So the thing is, with all this data, you're going to be taking something like 700 different measurements.
Yeah, I didn't mention that. There's 700 different data points all over the rocket, and they actually match up to points that we studied while we were designing the rocket. and also points that we tested in the wind tunnels beforehand. So this will be a time where we get to actually compare all of that data and see if our methods are good.
That's a lot of data points.
Is that data?
It's actually not nearly as many as the analysts want.
Really?
We wanted many more.
Would they ever ask for less? I mean, aren't the analysts, don't they tend to want everything?
Yes,
right?
we were asked for quite a yes.
Okay.
But to reduce that set substantially.
Where is that data stored?
Where is that data stored? There's actually some onboard computers, and then the data is also telemetry down as the flight. Yep, up until separation.
Is that a redundancy, or is that just a...
There are redundant data units on board, yeah.
Okay.
Well, Jackie, I think we actually have a fan video from the turn basin.
We do. Franklin is out talking to several people who are out watching the Ares 1X, waiting for it to launch. So let's see what that video is all about and see what they're saying.
What does today mean for the history of NASA?
In terms of the history of NASA, today is a really big milestone because it's the first time in almost 20 to 30 years that we're launching a new vehicle to replace the shuttle. So there's a lot of people who've never been part of this that are going to get a chance today to put a new vehicle out there.
That's a great job, Franklin, out there with his iPhone, taking video immediately.
Using the current technology at its best.
Absolutely.
Hey, I just got an update.
Okay.
You know, just like that was kind of cool, wasn't it?
Yeah. I used to be in the Secret Service, so I'm used to the IFB. So.
It turns out from our good buddy Derek Wang, he's saying that the rotating service structure that surrounds Ares 1-X is being retracted.
Ah.
But it's in the park position, but we're still keeping an eye on the weather.
Yes.
There could be a case where it might get delayed because of weather, so we're going to stay tuned and see what happens.
Yep, the electronics don't like lightning so much.
Now speaking of the weather, I happen to have a list of 15 weather conditions that will prevent the launch from taking place.
We'll look at the video. We can see.
That's beautiful.
Oh, that is beautiful.
But anyway, if weather does become a problem, I'll be peppering the show with different incidents that might cause a reason for a delay.
Oh, I thought you were going to do like a top 10 list. I was getting all excited for a minute
Pressure's
there.
on. It's live TV. I don't have writers like Letterman or
man.
anything. Of course, that's a good thing.
So let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll check out some more fan video.
Excellent. You're watching NASA Edge.
An inside and outside to look at
all things NASA.
Yes, we are. And
welcome back
to NASA Edge Live.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
Where the promos are a little too short for me to review all the notes that I have that I'm going over before we went to break. So sorry about that. But that's okay.
I think we might have another fan video. Is that true, Ron? Oh, they're queuing that up now. But before we actually go to that fan video, we actually had a chance to talk to the deputy mission manager,
John.
John Cowart from NASA Kennedy, and let's see what John had to say about.
Actually, before we do that, we are starting to get some questions to come in from Twitter and email.
I'm sorry, I jumped the gun.
Yeah, you did. And Jackie, I believe, has a question from our viewers.
Sure. Will the Ares 1X rocket be used for lunar projects, and with the advances to the new rover, will it be carried in this new rocket out of there?
Interesting.
Well, so Ares 1X is actually just a test flight. It's a demonstration test flight. So it, in this configuration, will not. But it's part of the whole Ares family, which is intended to eventually carry the astronauts to the moon, and with whatever experiments that they will want to do there, possibly including rovers.
How many additional test flights will there be after this?
Oh, it's a good question. I actually don't recall the number. It is a good question. And it's actually sort of much debate because as engineers, we want as many test flights as possible. But of course, we have to balance that with the mission that we
You like to test every day if you want to, right?
I would love to test every day. I love data. Did I mention I love data?
You did talk about loving data, yeah.
All this talk of testing is bringing up bad memories from school. So, I'd like to move on.
Well, so there's a different thing about these tests, right? Which is you even learn from failure.
Oh.
So, there is no such thing as a failure in that way. So, see, that should give you comfort.
It gives me comfort and hope. Thank you so much.
Hey, I think we have John Cowart's piece ready to go. So we're going to hear from the Deputy Mission Manager, John Cowart from NASA Kennedy.
And we're going to do, is that Franklin's interview? Or?
Yeah, Franklin's interview.
Perfect.
Right.
Okay,
Absolutely.
great.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm here today with John Cowart, Deputy Mission Manager of Ares 1X. John, give us a brief overview of Ares 1X.
Well, Ares 1X is a flight test of an Ares 1-like rocket. We're flying this thing so we can collect data to give to the Ares 1 folks, but also, by the way, we just collect data that's good for rocket science. For the first time that I'm aware of, we've taken a computer model with test points on it, then a wind tunnel model with the same test points on it, and then an actual rocket with the same test points on it, and we'll be able to compare all three and improve our ability to model rockets. So tomorrow, what'll happen at T0 at 8 a.m., you're going to see a liftoff of Pad B. It'll clear those towers in about 6 seconds, go supersonic in 39 seconds, and then the powered portion of the flight is over in 2 minutes and 4 seconds. And then we do the recovery of the first stage, and the upper stage just becomes a giant lawn dart out in the ocean.
So why won't you retrieve the upper section?
Well, because we don't need to. All the data that we're getting, all those sensors that we have 725 sensors on this rocket. All the data is being, first it's being telemetered down, coming to us on the ground. Second of all, it's being recorded, and we feed that into the first stage. We're going to recover the first stage, so there's nothing in the upper stage except a whole bunch of platforms that allow us to get to the top of the rocket, so there's no need to recover it. And in fact, we had to do a study for the Coast Guard to verify that when it hit the water, it would sink.
It would sink?
Yeah.
How many miles downrange will the Ares 1X fly?
Okay, it's going to come into two pieces. The first stage will splash down about 110 miles out, and then the upper stage will go on about 130 miles before it hits the water.
Visually, will it leave our sight?
Absolutely, it will leave your sight. You will not see either one of them splash down because separation occurs somewhere in the neighborhood of, like I said, 25 miles out, and then it just continues on in a giant arc. So you'll lose sight of them.
Okay. Where are you going to be on launch day?
Well, I'm going to be over in Hangar AE, located over in the Cape side. The primary launch team is, of course, here in Firing Room 1. It's a very small launch team of only about 30 people. But the people who are sitting in what we call the back room, or the launch support team, we're all going to be in Hangar AE. Now, Hangar AE supports a lot of unmanned launches out here at the Cape, so they have a very good history of doing this sort of thing. And we're trying to break with the shuttle tradition of having everybody in Firing Room 1 and 2, that sort of thing. So we're going to go with a small Firing Room 1, and our Firing Room 2 is now going to be over in Hangar AE. So like I said, we're trying to think out of the box and do new things.
Those data points that you talked about earlier, those are things that you're going to be monitoring from the Cape side?
Absolutely. We look at all the sensors and what they're telling us, as well as the guidance, navigation, and control, and the flight control stuff. That's actually during the countdown what we'd be looking more for is, are those things behaving properly?
Now, what is different with the Ares 1X from the Apollo Saturn missions? What's the difference in the size of the two rockets, or the rockets?
Okay, well, a Saturn V was 365 feet tall, and Ares 1X is 327 feet tall. A Saturn V was 33 feet in diameter at the base. We are 12 feet in diameter at the base. And the thing that drives that is how much mass you're trying to get into orbit. Now, obviously, a Saturn V wanted to get a command module and a lunar module, as well as an Earth departure stage, had to get all those things into orbit. With an Ares rocket, all you're trying to do is get a command module and a service module and some crew. You're not taking a lunar module or an Earth departure stage, so we don't have to be near as big, and therefore we don't need as much propellant.
Okay. Well, I'm going to step outside of the Ares talk for just a little bit. And on launch day, we know you as a deputy mission manager, but on Twitter, you're
Rocky Side.
Rocky Side.
Yeah.
Which personality is going to show up on launch day?
When I'm dealing with my team, I have to be the cold, calculating engineer. When I'm on Twitter, I'm the excited guy that I really feel I am inside. So after this thing gets off the ground, I will be Rocky Side. I guarantee. I'll be very excited. I'm pumped up on adrenaline. That and Red Bull.
Pre-launch, are we going to hear anything from Rocky Side?
I'll try to a little bit. I'm kind of restricted in what I can do from over there because I don't have a lot of computer connectivity. So before I go into work in the morning, I'll probably tweet something, and then as soon as I can get to a computer after the launch, I'll tweet something.
Well, you know, before I came over here, Blair wanted me to bring you something. He gave me the launch codes in the launch code key so that you can launch Ares 1X. He picked this up on...
Really?
Yeah.
Well, this is great. Now I don't have to wait for a go from anybody else. When I think it's ready, I can go.
Absolutely.
Okay, that looks great to me. I'll take it, man.
Hey, John, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Well, I have to clarify some things because I was the victim of some fan fraud. Somebody actually came to me and said that they had the launch code and the keys, and I didn't know any better.
I can't believe you fell for that.
I lost all my per diem. It's terrible. But there are no launch codes. There are no launch keys. Very much more sophisticated methods than the old NORAD from war games back in the 80s.
Well, you'll know for next time.
Yeah, and I won't make the same mistake twice. It's all about learning, as Jill mentioned
it's all about
earlier.
data.
You know, you go through a test, and then there you go.
I think Jackie had a question real quick.
Sure. Yesterday we had an opportunity to get really close to the Ares 1X. And Jill, I don't know if you remember what you look like, but you were so excited to see something you had worked on. And it was the first time that you had ever seen it all put together, because each piece came from different centers around the nation.
Tears coming from her
yeah,
eyes.
it was just so motivational and so exciting to see you react that way.
Oh, it was amazing to see it like that. The last time I actually saw the rocket was when it was in the VAB, probably, 6 months ago, and it was still in pieces. And you saw in the video with the interview with John, the guys crawling up inside the rocket. It gives you a sense of just how big it is when you're up next to each other, and then seeing it all put together on the pad like that, it brought a tear to my eye. Wow. Engineers, we get emotional about this stuff, you know.
Well, speaking about people getting excited, I think Franklin has another video from Turn Basin. Let's go check it out.
So I understand you've been working on Ares 1X. What does the flight of Ares 1X today mean to you?
Today's really kind of the big day. It sort of feels like graduation day. You know, I've been in Constellation since it first started, since the first concepts were developed, and now to be here on launch day watching the Ares 1X rocket, which we worked so hard to get ready for, on the pad and ready to go, is really, really a great moment. Great moment, great goosebumps.
That's awesome.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm really glad we have Franklin out there, on the scene talking to people. And it sounds like there are a lot of people out here like Jill that actually, contributed to the project. So a lot of people out here feeling a sense of accomplishment and excitement as we're on the brink of this new start.
I just like the fact that we're actually using the technology that he's actually able to send, live video to us.
Yeah, well, Franklin's been sending live video to lots of people for a long time, so it's old hat for him. But it's new for NASA Edge Live.
I do have a question, though, about 1X. This has been, you said a 3-year process you've been working on. I mean, take us back to that, initial day when you first started working on the project. I mean, what was going through your mind at that point, and then compared to this now? I mean, take us through that
Oh, gosh. Well, I actually joined the project I think it was about a year or so ago, so I was only on it for a very short time. And the design was well underway at that point, had already been through what we call a critical design review, which is where theoretically we know exactly what that rocket is supposed to look at, but we still had some major technical challenges. We haven't designed a new rocket like this in 30 years, and so we were learning quite a bit at that time. And so what was going through my mind, it was, wow, can I really do this job? And then as I came onto the project, I realized there was an amazing team. And one of the great things about an Ares 1X and any project like this is that no one person can do it. We all actually have to work together. I don't know if you remember back in school, you get these team projects, and sometimes it'd be like one person would do all the work and there were some slackers. Right. You can't have that on a project like this. Everybody is important, everybody carries a piece of the load, and you can't do it without each other.
Right.
So that teaming and that coming together and everybody really needing to know their stuff and actually kicking in and covering for each other, that was just amazing. And so I feel like I did fine. I guess we'll find out in a few minutes.
It's all about the data, though.
It's all about the data.
And weather permitting. We want to be sensitive to that. But we've got another question via email. This is the conceptual images of Ares show the second stage is covered in the orange foam, similar to the shuttle's external tank. Ares 1-X is all white. Is the foam not there, or has it been painted like Columbia's first launch?
Good question.
So this is a suborbital flight, and so we don't need the same kinds of thermal protection, and it is painted. Actually, it was kind of funny. The decals that you see on the rocket, right when I was coming on the program, the decals went on. And it took us a little bit to realize that that was actually interfering with the white paint, and we actually needed to check and make sure that that was okay from a thermal perspective. So my buddy Ruth, who does all the thermal analysis on the rocket, had to run some numbers and make sure that was all okay, and it was.
Well, we want to give a shout out to Ruth. Good job. That's awesome.
Good job, Ruth.
Hey, wait a minute. Before we're actually going to...
Pan, you are the deputy principal investigator of a suite of instruments on Curiosity called SAM, but that stands for something else, and that is?
Well, we could say it's Samantha. We have determined she's a girl, but actually it means Sample Analysis at Mars.
And what does this suite of instruments, what is this supposed to do?
So sample analysis at Mars does a lot of things, but basically it's a chemist. And the suite measures gases only, but it has the capability to take solid samples, ingest them through a little inlet funnel, put them in a cup, move that cup over to an oven, and heat that stuff up. And then it becomes a gas. And when stuff becomes a gas, we can analyze it and determine what its chemical content is. We can learn a lot about Mars by looking at its materials. We can learn what the chemical potential is at the surface. And by that I mean, what kind of chemistry can happen? The reason why we want to ask that question is because that potential will tell us whether or not Mars could ever have supported life. And in fact, it tells us a lot about what sorts of resources might be available should humans decide to go to Mars. It's a long trip, and if we have to take all the fuel we need to get there, plus all the fuel we need to get back, it's going to be very difficult. So once we're able to assess the inventory of usable resources on the Martian surface, it has huge implications for human travel. But beyond that, we have to understand the physical environment of Mars, because Mars receives a lot more radiation coming in than does the Earth, because it lost its protective magnetosphere. So the kinds of radiation that attacks the Martian surface, while it wouldn't harm us on Earth, could be devastating to humans on Mars. So we have to learn what materials are there to help us protect ourselves once we go.
Mike, tell me a little bit about what you expect to learn from Curiosity if it lands and everything is successful.
Well, Blair, I think this is one of the most exciting missions we've had to Mars since Viking back in '76. In fact, it's the very first one we could say is related to astrobiology, the search for life on Mars. In this case, they're not really searching for life itself. They're looking for evidence that maybe habitable conditions existed on the planet when it was young. For those of us who are interested in the atmosphere of Mars and trace gases that could be the product of life, we're very excited by the tunable laser spectrometer, which is on board one of the instruments, the SAM instrument, on the MSL lander.
Now, you didn't develop SAM, but you're a scientist basically chomping at the bit, if you will, to get the data back from SAM.
Well, the thing that defines scientists is curiosity. And not just curiosity of the lander, but I mean the fact that we always want to know why. How do these things happen? What's going on? Well, what does that mean? And so on. And so for me, the Curiosity lander is aptly named because we want to know. Did Mars ever have life present? Was it habitable in its early history? And SAM and MSL, some of the other instruments as well, will tell us some of the answers we need to know.
So what kind of things do you think SAM will tell you about Mars, both the atmosphere and or the geology, if you will?
Well, let's start with the atmosphere. My team identified release of methane on Mars in 2003 and later in 2005. And we argued that this, in fact, was methane that was released recently, that it could not be ancient. That is to say that somehow this is being produced and being released on Mars. On that instrument on SAM, called the Tunable Laser Spectrometer, it will have the capability to measure methane as a function of time. And so if they see just a low level initially, maybe if there's a release somewhere else on the planet, they'll see a burst, an increase, and then a slow decay as that methane gets diffused, and maybe a little later another burst, and then there's another slow decay. So by looking at these signatures, methane release as a function of time, they can identify how far away the source was, whether it was northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere, and so on, and really give us a good picture of the release versus time.
Why is methane so important to find on Mars, or why is that something you're interested in?
The reason is we shouldn't be there unless it's being produced and released now, because the atmosphere of Mars is primarily carbon dioxide, which can oxidize the methane and convert it to other forms, initially methanol and formaldehyde, and finally CO and CO2 again. So when you see this methane on Mars, then we'll know that this methane was released very recently. And if we see a burst of methane with a decay, then we can see the burst and then maybe a long decay. We can measure how rapidly it was released and how rapidly it's destroyed or diffused as it moves through the atmosphere. And by the way, even a negative measurement is important, because if we don't see methane, that would then say, well, maybe what my team saw a few years ago was one-off. That is, it happened once and isn't going to happen again for a long time. So we think the negative would also be very important.
We don't really know the complete inventory of materials on Mars. Every time we've gone to Mars, whether it's in an orbital mission or on the surface, we learn something about the materials. But Mars Science Laboratory is the first mission that is sending a complete mineral identification kit. It's a powder X-ray diffractometer called ChemIn. And what that does is it uses an X-ray beam to actually diffract against the layers that make up atoms of specific minerals, and it tells you precisely what the minerals are. That's going to be amazing. And then you couple that together with our instrument suite, the SAM suite, which can look at the chemistry in those minerals, because when you have a mineral, it can have a sort of type of chemistry, a desired chemistry. We call that stoichiometry.
Stoichiometry?
Stoichiometry. You take this type of atom here and you put this type of atom there and you make this kind of structure, and that's the mineral. But nature likes to confound us a little bit and can substitute sometimes one atom for another. So knowing which atoms have substituted for others is very important. It could tell us something about the thermal history or the pressure. So as we look at the precise mineral identification from ChemIn, and then we look at its chemistry from SAM, we learn a lot about that mineral's history. And because we can directly inhale atmosphere, we can sniff the present air and compare it with trapped samples of ancient atmosphere and learn something about the evolution of the atmosphere. And that's kind of cool.
Will we learn enough to actually begin to think seriously about a human mission to Mars?
We will, of course. And in particular, if you really want to think of long human presence on Mars, that is more than just going there for a week or two or a month and then returning, then you have to develop knowledge of where the assets and resources are on the planet that humans could actually use. And so we think that there is a great deal of water ice below the surface of Mars. And so this is a very important question, is to identify where that water ice is and where it might be accessible. And one way of doing that is to look for active release of water vapor from these putative vents. If you find those, and you can identify some that repeat annually on Mars, then you can say, okay, it looks like there's a subsurface aquifer here, and with the proper drilling equipment and so forth, purification and so on, one could imagine extracting significant water over...
Setting up shop.
Yeah, exactly right. And then beyond that, we know that there's abundant carbon dioxide on Mars. You can make things from organic chemicals if you know where they are. So you can have the basic materials in order to create compounds that algae and other living creatures can use to create foodstuffs and proteins that humans can eventually consume. This is a challenging long-term enterprise. It's not something you do overnight.
We're going to learn a lot, but we could come away with more questions than answers at the end of it. But be that as it may, Mars Science Laboratory is absolutely the most capable laboratory that's ever been to another planet. And not only the array of instruments and how they work together, but the enabling technology that supports it will allow us to make measurements all through the year, through every season, at day and at nighttime. We couldn't do that with solar panels. But now that we have our MMRTG, or multi-mission radioisotope thermoelectric generator, which charges a big battery, we don't depend upon the sun and the efficiency of the sun angle to charge a panel. So this is important because asking questions at different times of day and night is key to being able to answer those questions. They're complex questions, and they require more than one attempt, and they require careful fitting of the data together, because it is a puzzle, a very complicated puzzle. And it could turn out to be even more complicated than we might have imagined. But by repeatedly asking questions, and asking a variety of questions, and getting independent and corroborative answers from all the pieces of our very sophisticated payload, I think we have a good shot at making some very significant progress to understanding Mars.
Humans, living and working in space. How is NASA Langley Research Center supporting efforts for humans to continue to work in low Earth orbit and eventually in deep space? Center Director Lisa Rowe explains on NASA Edge.
Hey, how are
Hey,
you
how you doing?
guys? Good to see you.
Good seeing you again, yes.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Hey, welcome. Would you like some coffee?
Oh, I'd love
Perfect,
some.
yeah.
Okay, why don't you go get us some? I'll have cream and sugar in mine, please.
Oh, okay, all
And
right.
we'll get going while you go
Mine's
do that.
black, so yeah, okay. Hey, thanks for having us today. This is a nice building.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah, it
Thank
sure
you.
is.
Brand new.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Lisa, thank you so much for agreeing to talk with us today about human space exploration. What is Langley's role in support of human space exploration?
Well, we work closely with Johnson. We work closely with Marshall in developing the vehicles that they're currently working on. That's been our traditional role in our history. That's been the kind of things that we've worked on. So we do all kinds of things, everything from doing the Aero database for the Space Launch System, the new heavy lift vehicle that's getting built today. Also, we work on the landing systems for the Orion vehicle that's being designed at Johnson Space Center. We work on the launch abort system that would take the crew to safety in the event of emergency. We actually lead that here at Langley and work very closely with Johnson Space Center in doing that. So there's a number of roles, everything from structures and materials, that's where our expertise lies. Aerosciences is another key area, and by that I mean flying through an atmosphere. That's aerosciences. We understand from a research standpoint the fundamental physics of how that works, and so when you're actually modeling a new launch vehicle and you need to know how it's going to perform as it flies through the atmosphere, that's the kind of things we do. We have large wind tunnels that we can actually do tests of models here and understand the heating on that vehicle as it's going to fly through the atmosphere, understand how it's going to perform. We work heavily in guidance, navigation, and controls, so how that vehicle is going to control as it flies through the atmosphere. Also nanomaterials, so very, very small structures are all kind of the things that we work on.
Oh, hey, Franklin.
Man, I hear Langley has the best coffee.
Perfect. I was looking for coffee. Franklin. Oh. Oh, gosh.
Where do you see Langley's role, let's say 5, 10, 15 years down the road?
We're looking at new technologies to be able to take large masses down to the surface of Mars, and that's another thing in our history, truly. We led the very first landings on Mars as part of Viking, yeah. And so we've maxed out that technology, these large parachutes to get down to the surface of Mars. So today we need something new and different. So we're working on these inflatable decelerators, these hypersonic inflatable aerodynamic decelerators.
HIAD.
HIAD, that's exactly
right.
right. If you're going to take humans down to the surface of Mars, they're going to need a few things, some food, some water, you know, just different things like that. So we're going to actually be able to do that. We're going to have to need new technologies that can get large masses down to the surface, and that's what HIAD's all about.
It sounds like it's a game-changing technology where it could change the way we study the planets or actually explore planets in the
That's
future.
exactly right. It is a game-changing technology, and it actually falls under the game-changing program office.
Yeah, look at
It's
that. It
amazing
just
how
falls
that
right in
works
there.
out. Yeah.
Yes, very good. All right. It's like a coffee shortage in this place.
Are we playing any role in commercial space?
Yeah, we absolutely are. We're working with Sierra Nevada, Boeing, also SpaceX. They're all doing testing here, working with some of our subject matter experts in different areas where they really kind of need some help. And that's working out really well. We have some great partnerships there. Sometimes they're coming in and testing in our wind tunnels. They want to see how their vehicle performs. We're a great place to do that. Matter of fact, probably one of the only places to do that, depending on what they're trying to do and what they're trying to learn about their vehicle. And so we're really proud to be commercial partners and helping these folks be successful in the future. We need them in the future to actually enable getting humans to low Earth orbit. That's part of our plan.
You know, I see a model behind you on the stand. It looks like it's an old model of HL-20.
Yes.
And I understand Sierra Nevada is using that concept for their Dream Chaser vehicle. Can you explain sort of that relationship where we kind of worked on it back in the 80s, and now it's coming back to life again?
Yeah, worked on it back in the 80s, and that's the concept that they're moving forward. And we have a lot of folks that have come out of retirement to help out with that because they're just so excited to see that concept actually go to flight. And so Sierra Nevada has been just a wonderful partner in working with.
Where do you see NASA and where do you see the world in 2069 with regards to space exploration?
Well, let's see, by 2069, we should have people actually living on Mars.
Boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground.
2069.
Probably greater than that. I mean, boots on the ground should be by the late 2030s, I would say. But actually living on Mars by the 2060s. I mean, you said 2069.
Right.
That's plenty of time to get up there, get to having colonies on, say, other planets, but also continuing to explore our own galaxy and knowing a lot about the Earth-like planets that exist outside of our galaxy. That's the thing that drew me to NASA in the first place. We're defining history right now, the things that we do within NASA. And that's just incredible, the things, the spacecraft that we put in orbit that actually study other planets. We're learning how our own Earth was formed, and I find that just incredibly exciting. So.
Little Sumatra for the administrator.
Oh.
Maybe they've relocated. Ooh, that's gonna mark. That's gonna burn.
Okay, he's gone. Speaking about Blair, do you ever get heat from the other center directors for allowing him to work here at Langley?
We don't admit to him actually working here. We kind of keep that under the wraps, yeah.
The sonic boom, our greatest obstacle to supersonic flight. Can commercial aircraft exceed the speed of sound without creating the thunderous shockwave? Is it possible to reduce the sonic impact and boost aircraft performance? Find out on NASA Edge.
Yes, we're here with Peter Cohen, and Peter, your job is to actually explore technologies related to supersonic flight. Can you tell me a little bit about the research you're doing in that area?
Sure, you bet. What NASA is trying to do is put the technology in place that will enable a U.S. company to build a supersonic airliner sometime in the near future. So we're primarily working at technologies that help reduce the environmental impact of a supersonic airplane, reducing sonic boom, takeoff and landing noise, high altitude emissions. We're also working on some technologies that help improve the efficiency and reduce the weight and reduce the drag of supersonic aircraft. Our primary focus right now is on what we consider the toughest barrier to future supersonic aircraft, sonic boom.
Can you take me through how do they actually occur, why they occur, or why they're difficult to mitigate?
Yeah. The simplest answer is the sonic boom happens because the air doesn't know the plane is coming.
Sneaks up on it.
Well, when anything is traveling through the air, it's pushing the air out of the way. It's creating a pressure change. What's a pressure change? A sound, okay? So, ineffectively, the pressure wave in front of a subsonic airplane travels out in front of the airplane, allows the air to get ready for the fact that the airplane is coming and start to move out of its way. Airplanes flying supersonic, it's going faster than sound. So, it's going faster than its pressure wave. So, when it arrives, the pressure changes instantaneously, creates what we call a shock wave. Now those shock waves come off the nose of the airplane, the wings, the canopy, the engine inlets, and they go out in 3 dimensions. You know, they travel out in all directions from the airplane. The ones we're most interested are ones that go down towards the ground.
Well, so that's why the cone is so important in the design, because that's the first point of contact with that pressure.
Exactly. What we're trying to do is make that initial shock wave be the right strength, and then the waves that follow it be of similar strength and position so that they don't merge when we hit the ground. Because in an ordinary supersonic airplane, as those waves travel towards the ground, they merge. And so at a very short distance from the airplane, actually, you were left with an acoustic phenomena of 2 loud pressure impulses, that bang, bang sound. And that occurs under the entire flight path of the airplane. A lot of people mistakenly think that a sonic boom is the sound of the airplane breaking the sound barrier. Well, it doesn't actually start until you get to above Mach 1. And then when you're cruising along, all under the flight path of the airplane, to a distance of about 25 miles on either side of the flight path, is affected by the sonic boom. That's why it's such a problem. That's why you really have to reduce it, because so many people would be affected by this loud sound if you tried to fly, say, an F-18 or a Concorde across the country. So one of the most important things to figure out in the sonic boom research is how quiet is quiet enough. So we have done research using simulators, basically large speaker arrays, and we've given people a variety of sounds to listen to and say, you know, is this sound acceptable? What's annoying about this sound, etc. But the original simulator is just a little cement block booth with a chair in it and a wall of speakers on the door. We have a bigger one now, but it's not really an environment that's typical to what people experience every day. So we're always looking for ways to make the experience more realistic. Well, we found out something really interesting about sonic boom is that the further it travels, the atmosphere affects it so that even a normal boom, if you can make it travel far enough, it starts to sound like one of our idealized shape boom waveforms. So what we found is if we dive the F-18 almost straight down, just about Mach 1, it produces a sonic boom that comes off the top of the airplane, which is a weaker set of shock waves, and then travels a very long distance before it reaches the ground. And we also found that we can control the amount of sound that's hit at a certain location by controlling the dive point of the airplane, where the pilot starts his dive.
Whose idea was that to make the plane dive to do this research?
A researcher out at NASA Dryden by the name of Ed Herring, who's made a lot of contributions to sonic boom. When Spaceship One was flying, he went up and measured the sonic boom, and when he saw the characteristics of that boom, he said, boy, we could use something like this in our research. So his first thought was, well, we'll use a sounding rocket. You know, that comes almost straight down. That's a pretty good idea, because then we thought, well, that sounding rocket's going to go right into the community that we'll want to listen to. So that's probably not such a good idea. So within a few weeks, he had come up with the idea of diving the airplane. And then the idea was to create a maneuver that was repeatable, in other words, fairly easy for the pilot to do, but would produce the characteristics that we did. So we tried that a number of times. We worked on it in the desert. Since then, we've done research with it. We've actually primarily used the Edwards Air Force Base housing community as our research subjects. You know, they have to be there anyway. But it's also under the supersonic flight corridor out at NASA Dryden. But we've done experiments that tested people's reactions to sonic booms, tested structures' reactions to sonic booms, and actually tested the procedures that we might use if we were going to do a test somewhere else and try and judge reaction to sonic boom. It's really become a key element of our research to be able to produce these simulated low sonic booms using the F-18. But ultimately, I mean, we have to get off the range, so to speak. We have to get out over an average community that does not hear sonic booms on a regular basis, and their livelihood is not related to supersonic flight. So what we need is a demonstrator, is an airplane that's small and relatively affordable, but still produces that desired shape sonic boom characteristic. And we can go out and fly it over any community and have our microphones and stuff like that on the ground and begin to develop the data that says these booms are acceptable. And then we turn it over to the regulators and say, you know, please make us a law that says supersonic flight is allowable over land.
Now, is that demonstrator plane what you're developing in the wind tunnel, or what other research are you doing in the wind tunnel?
At the moment, one of our key, most recent successes was we looked at the design of a small low-boom airliner. Based on those designs, we created some wind tunnel models and verified that our design tools enable us to produce a design that meets our low-boom target. So we're fairly confident we can do this now. We need to demonstrate it in a realistic atmosphere. So our work has been focused on an actual potential product airplane. Now, in order to do kind kind of the final verification. We'd like to get an opportunity in the future to do a flight demonstration.
And is that a unique aircraft that you've created for that demonstration?
Well, we haven't created it yet, but it would be a unique airplane. Again, shape is king and paramount. So we'd probably use an existing engine, maybe existing landing gear from a current aircraft, but the shape would basically have to be a new design shape.
And if successful, you could go on to produce planes that would fly commercially, possibly, with low sonic booms, meaning I could get to Los Angeles for lunch and
back home for dinner.
If luggage and everything else wasn't an issue.
That technology still needs to be worked.
Awesome. Well, I was looking at some of the images in the wind tunnel, and it looks like the plane looks very similar to Firefox that Clint Eastwood flew in the movie back in the 80s. Did you guys borrow from that technology, or?
Not really, no, but it is kind of interesting that the airplane is not really all that different from other supersonic aircraft designs in that it still has a delta wing and supersonic inlets. The key thing that we're really going after is the detailed three-dimensional shape of the airplane, particularly the shape of the nose and particularly how the engine is integrated. It turns out, though, that if you're trying to create a balanced design, you're best off flying at the altitude and Mach number that match the performance of your engine and give you the best overall efficiency, and then set your sonic boom target based on that. So we're pretty much going to fly at the same altitude as the Concorde, 50,000 feet or so. One thing that's a little bit different is we're targeting a lower Mach number. Concorde flew at Mach 2, twice the speed of sound. These future airplanes will be slightly slower, maybe Mach 1.6 to Mach 1.8. And there's several reasons for that. One is the shape sonic boom solution is easier to achieve in a practical design at those lower Mach numbers. But then there's also things like the noise performance. We can make a better engine for takeoff and landing noise by flying at Mach 1.8 than we can at Mach 2.
Not many people are going to quibble over 1.6 and over 2, I think, in the long run because of the increased efficiency.
I think in the long run, if you're reducing your cruise flight time by nearly a factor of 2, that's going to be a benefit worth going for. But our goal in reducing sonic boom is to change the law. The U.S. law currently says you shall not fly greater than Mach 1 over the U.S. unless you have a permit from the FAA. We would like to replace that with you shall not produce a sonic boom louder than X dB as you fly over land. That's primarily the goal of our current research.
I'd like to work something in that law that means I can get an aisle seat no matter when I fly, if I could.
Now you're really asking for some tough stuff.
We're here at the Neighborhood City Center, which is one of the 5 centers that Neighborhood for Learning runs in the Conejo Valley.
My experience has been great. Love it. The teachers do a wonderful job. The staff does a wonderful job. In my opinion, she's probably a little bit ahead of where she would be had she not been at the school.
We serve children 6 weeks up to 5 years. We offer full-day childcare, part-day childcare, and state preschool. We serve, along with our other sites, over 300 children a day. Here we're licensed to serve about 113 children. We have highly qualified teachers here who are educated in the field of child development and early childhood education. They are permitted by the same credentialing department that teachers in the K through 12 system are credentialed. So not only do they love the children here, and I see that on a daily basis, they also know how to bring them along. They know how to provide experiences that help the child learn and develop and grow. Children are really competent. They just need the support, and the teachers know that fine line between when to allow a child to do something on their own or insist that they do something on their own, or when they need a little assistance in that. We're bringing so much to the community. There aren't a lot of places that do full-time childcare, especially for the infant and toddler age. So we're providing a really safe, nurturing, family environment for parents to bring their children. Parents do have to work. The economy is such that a lot of families need both parents working, and this is a really wonderful service we're able to provide to the community. We're in partnership with the City of Thousand Oaks, and we're finding it a wonderful partnership. They approached Neighborhood for Learning about 2.5 years ago, asking if we'd like to consider taking over managing their city center, and we said yes, and they've been a wonderful partner. I think it's a perfect partnership between we who are employed by the school district and this center that's owned by the city, so that it's two public agencies working together to help the community.
Good morning. Thank you for coming to our program, Meet the Artist. It's an interactive dialogue between the guest artist and the conductor and the audience. You will have a chance to ask questions at the end of the interview, and we're very excited to bring back our music director, Marcelo Leninger. Marcelo, this is the first program of the season. How was your summer?
Oh, it was great. I was in Tanglewood and with the whole family. It was a very nice summer, very busy with Boston Symphony, but I'm really glad to be here again. And it's going to be an incredible, incredible season.
Can you tell us a little bit about the program that our audiences will witness this weekend?
Well, this weekend, of course, we have Sarah Chang playing with us, which is an honor, and we're really happy to have her here. And she's playing Max Bruch, Violin Concerto No. 1, one of her signature pieces. And we have this program which is half German and half South America. I don't know if that sounds familiar for you, but so we plan the first half starting with Beethoven and Bruch, and then having a lot of fun stuff and rhythm of South America with pieces by Gershwin, which, well, North America, but Cuban Overture, and then 2 pieces by Argentinian composers Ginastera and Piazzolla.
Well, I think that there are some new people in the audience here today. Can you tell us a little bit about your background? Because you just hinted that you were half German.
That's right. So I'm half German, and but I grew up in Brazil, in Rio. My father's German, but I was born and grew up in Rio. So half South American, half German.
So this program is probably really, really personal for you.
Well, maybe.
And can you tell us about the flow of the program? How does it feel to play Bruch and then go into a Cuban Overture and adding a little bit of a crossover flavor?
You know, it's really hard to change the gear, going from Beethoven, Bruch, and then Gershwin Overture, and Ginastera and Piazzolla. But it's really fun, actually. I found it yesterday rehearsing the orchestra. We did Bruch and Beethoven the first half, and then we have to do the Gershwin and Ginastera in the second. And it's just, it's a nice feeling that you finish that first half of romantic, beautiful German music, and then you go to the Latin stuff, and the rhythm and the percussion, it's huge for Gershwin and Ginastera. So it's actually it's a nice feeling, even though it's kind of hard to change the gear and the mood. It's a very nice feeling, and I think the program flows really well, and it's either fun to play and to conduct, and I'm sure it'll be great to listen and be in there and experience that program.
Well, yesterday I have to tell you that I was dancing a little bit in the aisles when you were rehearsing it. So it's going to be a fun program. And if you haven't visited our new website, it's www.newwestsymphony.org, and you can see all our programs for the entire season, including their bios of the guest artists, Marcelo's bio that he was just referring to, and also you can experience the New West Symphony because we have a very nice video that we just put together. It's called Hearing is Believing. So you can find that video on our website as well. So without further ado, I'm really, really, really excited today because we are very privileged to have a guest artist of an incredible stature. And her name is Sarah Chang, and she is one of the greatest violinists in the world. From the first time that she played with New York Philharmonic when she was 8 years old, to now, she's traveled around the world and performed with the best orchestras. So we are very, very fortunate to have Sarah here. And without further ado, I'd like to bring on stage violinist Sarah Chang.
Thank you, Kelly.
Sarah, welcome to our morning program.
Good to be here. Thank you. Thanks for getting up so early, everybody.
Sarah just flew from Philadelphia specifically for our concerts, and then Marcelo and Sarah both on the same flight going to Boston. Marcelo, of course, lives there, and Sarah has engagements over there as well. So I wanted to talk a little bit about your experience with the orchestra last night. It was the first time you performed with New West Symphony. We're very, very honored to have you. So if you could tell us a little bit about what is your experience going for the first time in the hall, performing, meeting the orchestra and the conductor.
Well, I'm having such a great time. First of all, I've been wanting to meet Maestro and to play with him for a very, very long time. And we just found out today that we're actually with the same management as well. So it feels like we're part of the same family already. So that's always very, very nice. And the orchestra is beautiful. You know, they play so beautifully. And I was really happy to see some friends that I've known from over the years. Danielle, your concert mistress, is phenomenal. I've worked with her in the past and in other festivals, and you know, it's really interesting how tiny the music world really is.
You know, we figured that out yesterday when we saw a lot of common friends.
There really are, and at the end of the day, really there are a select number of schools that we all go to, and you know, even if you didn't go the same year, you all know of each other through friends, and we all either went to Juilliard or Curtis or Colburn, or it's a very small selective group. And even after we all finish with school and then we sort of branch out into the real world, you know, it's really interesting that we all end up in the same circle and we end up seeing each other all the time. So it's quite cool. It's really, really nice.
You know, it was actually interesting because Sarah and I were in the car last night driving to the rehearsal, and apparently we share a little bit something in common. I used to manage American Youth Symphony, and Sarah performed with Maile Mehta.
I did.
Back in the day.
This was like 20 years ago when I was a child, and he probably had more energy than I did.
Yeah, and then of course Sarah performed with Zubin Mehta and Gustavo Dudamel. She comes quite often to Los Angeles to perform with Los Angeles Philharmonic. So it's an honor to have her here performing with New West Symphony. So thank you for coming.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here.
You know, I was reading the number of awards in your bio, and I was so inspired by what you have done in your career. And from the time when she was the youngest artist who was given the Hollywood Hall of Fame award, to the times when you were running with the torch for the 2004 Olympic. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience growing up and being in the spotlight?
Well, you know, I started out as a musician not really thinking this was anything more than going on stage and having fun and playing music and making friends, and I just thought it was a lot simpler than it actually is. And then you start growing up in the business and you learn very quickly that it actually is a business, and that somehow, it still to this day turns me off a little bit, because the fun part is getting together with musicians and making music and rehearsing and doing concerts, and that's the natural high that I get from what we do. And then, you know, come daytime, there are the managers and the agents and the press people, and just there's a lot of fluff that sort of surrounds this business. And I didn't really know fully, I didn't fully understand that side of it when I started. And then obviously all of a sudden you're being given the Hollywood Hall of Fame, and which is such a huge honor, but then you go and all of a sudden there's a red carpet event and like hair and makeup, and all of a sudden they want you to pose in front of cameras. I'm like, I need to go practice because I'm gonna play. I need to play the Carmen Fantasy in about 20 minutes, and you want me to pose on a red carpet for God knows how many cameras. So it's a sort of different kind of world, and you do try your best to sort of balance both. And the whole Olympic torch thing, that was just a hoot. That was
tell us a little bit more.
I have no idea why they asked me to run with it.
Well, I have an idea.
I honestly, I'm not a runner. You have to like drag me kicking and screaming to the treadmill occasionally, you know. But like I literally got off a flight from London that day, and everybody had to wear the same Olympic uniform, and you had to go pick it up the day before, but I wasn't in New York that day, so my assistant went and she picked up the uniform for me, and it didn't fit, so we had to do a little nip and tuck, you know, right before I started running. And it was July, and it was like 102 degrees in New York City, and you're told to run for 7 blocks, and you're thinking, number one, it's really hot and they've got cameras in your face, and I don't really feel like smiling and waving and pretending I'm this really great marathon runner. And number 2, I just hope to God I don't like trip and like fall on my face in front of everybody. But no, it was a huge honor, a huge honor. And then when we were done with all that, they gave all the torch runners a sort of replica torch to take home as a souvenir, and that's like the first thing you see as soon as you walk into my home. So I have very, very fond memories of that.
Wow, thank you for sharing this. This is an interesting story. I also wanted to talk a little bit about education, because we know that New West Symphony does a lot of educational programs, from symphonic adventures that are interactive concerts that we specifically designed for 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders, to a new Harmony project of Ventura County, where we are doing after-school classes for youth that is at risk at the moment. But I know, Sarah, that education and giving back and nurturing young talent is also important to you. And I wanted to ask you a little bit about how do you, because today we're doing a miniature masterclass, how do you usually conduct a masterclass, and where have you done it in the world?
I think it's about 2 years ago, the U.S. Embassy, for some reason, which I'm very grateful for but don't quite understand, made me an artistic ambassador. And with that entails the responsibility to essentially travel all around the world while I'm on tour and to work with the local students. So I've done this in war-ridden places like Serbia. In Africa, I've gone to and worked with the kids there. Actually, one of the last places I was in South America, and we did the program in Sao Paulo and also Argentina as well. So it really entails either working with students who are already music students and they've already decided that they want to pursue music and they just need a sort of boost in making the next step, or children, as was the case when I went to Africa, who are living in truly sort of subhuman conditions, and literally the government places an instrument in their hands hoping that it gives them some sort of structure and a place to go to after school for rehearsals and getting together with other students. and essentially keep them off the streets. So it really does explore both ends of the extreme spectrum. And I've learned so much, not just about music and children, but about different cultures in the process of doing this, and also more about myself and how incredibly lucky and privileged that we are to be enjoying the life that we have.
Wow, thank you, thank you. With that, I would like to introduce our first student, and she is phenomenal. She is one of the students of our concertmaster, Danielle Belen, and I believe that Hannah, her name is Hannah Song, and I believe that she is going to perform for about 6-7 minutes, and then Sarah is going to give her feedback, and then we will meet another young violinist. His name is Rayu Shikubo. So today we have 2 students. So without further ado, I would like to invite Hannah Song. Also, we're very lucky to have a concert pianist today, and her name is Valeria Margovskaya.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Do you have the music? Oh, you play beautifully. Thank you. Oh my gosh, how old are you? 13. Oh my gosh, you're so little. I was 13 once. You play beautifully, and that's a beautiful instrument as well. Thank you. Is that a full size? Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, that looks big for you, but it sounds beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. How long have you been playing this? For a few months. Oh, okay. Okay. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous piece. There's really nothing to say because you play so great. Like literally, you could go on stage and play this with the New West Symphony. I could take the day off tomorrow. I'll go to the beach and yeah, you can sort of take over here. I think the only thing that I did notice is that you've got a beautiful vibrato, and it's absolutely gorgeous. If it were something like Tchaikovsky, or maybe even, pick any sort of romantic sort of piece, it would be perfect. I think for Beethoven, though, it's very much in the classical era, so I think, in a way, for anything that's sort of classical, you need to scale back a little bit. So I think for that, I think just to maybe watch your vibrato a little bit to make sure it doesn't get too wide and too gushingly romantic, because that's beautiful for Tchaikovsky, but maybe not for Beethoven. So could you just start at the beginning again for me, if you don't mind? Just for a second, sorry. Sorry, I didn't bring my violin with me today. Can you start the beginning for me? Yeah. And then when you get to the C, this thing, I've noticed that you're doing a great job in keeping the vibrato going for every single note. So there's a tendency that you sound like that. And then the vibrato on the C is really fat and beautiful, but maybe not so fitting for Beethoven. So maybe just watch the ending vibrato on all the ending notes. So, and then just sort of fade away really, really naturally, so that you have a lift off, and then you can sort of continue onwards. Yeah. You have no rosin on this bow. How do you play with no rosin? Okay, that's amazing. Okay, that's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Your bow distribution is very good. It's really, really good. But when you play sections like the top point is obviously the D, right? So if I'm watching you, you tend, and I'm exaggerating here, but you use so much bow here that you actually have nothing left at the frog. So make sure that you save when you're doing that, so that you have the most amount of bow left for the top D at the frog, yeah? No, it's okay. Just can start somewhere in the middle. Okay, good, but without the sort of banana swell, you know? Okay, good.